Good morning. The hour is 8:01. I would like to call to order the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Ms. Owens, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Dockery. Present. Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have a long agenda today. Long. So, going to do our best to get through it expeditiously. We have two items that are on the agenda today. The first is a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations, and then there's a council grant presentation. So first, we will call the, which one was it that we're going to call first? In order. Okay. So what we'll do, we'll take the presentation first because the amendments will be easy to get through. So the council grant presentation, the first one that we have today is Beyond Educating Foundation. So is there a representative for this organization? Huh? Oh, go a second. Okay, so the first one, I'm sorry. So we have two presentations. The first one will be the Modern Distinctive Ladies. And Dr. Wade Jones, if you can come to the podium, and you will be given about 3 minutes to present.
Go ahead.
And so, colleagues, this is a new presentation. So, you know, whenever we have someone who's presenting for us for the first time, they'll give us a full presentation. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, let me know when I'm ready. Just let me know when I'm ready. Let me know when I'm ready.
Okay, so you can start now, and if you would state your name and home address for the record, please.
Okay, hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Tavis Wade Jones, and I'm the Executive Director of Modern Distinctive Ladies, better known as MDL Inc. My address is 868 Main Street, number 102, 38107. Is that it, or do I start?
Well, you can go ahead because we have the printed presentation.
The name of my organization is Modern Distinctive Ladies. It is near and dear to me. I started this organization when I was in the 7th grade. Now this is my 34th year. I am so excited to meet before you today. Our mission is to empower, to inspire young girls to succeed in school, avoid teen pregnancy, and use their personal power to achieve their goals and their dreams. We use this by, I support this by using a distinct curriculum. So let me get into the budget right now. So I'm requesting the amount of $26,000. Again, this is my first time requesting here. Basically, I am pre-COVID. Normally, I service about 150 girls a year. And I give out scholarships every year to deserving seniors. I host a Love and Me Rocks conference where we empower the girls, and there are over like 300 attendees. We have mother-daughter brunches. My girls, I do check report cards. They have to have at least a 2.5 GPA. I do have, in the 34 years that I have been in business, I do have a 100% success rate. All of my girls have, and I've had over 6,000 girls to complete my program. They have all graduated from high school. They have avoided teen pregnancy. They have also got accepted to at least one college and university. So this money, if I'm awarded, will help award, and I'll be able to do more marketing and do more reaching out to girls and their parents, because I do have a strong parental support every year. I also hosts a purity pearl ball. It's a debutante ball where girls, they go through a year-long program for abstinence. And the ball is December the 3rd. And I think my time is up.
Thank you, colleagues. Are there any questions for Dr. Wade Jones? Okay. Well, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Beyond Educating Foundation.
Business card for you.
Okay.
Good morning, City Council.
Good morning.
All right, I am Raymond. I'm the Assistant Executive Director for Beyond Educating Foundation. We've been doing this 3 years without you. But
Name and address for the record, please.
Name and address, Raymond
Yes.
Cheers, 5097 Leonard, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109, zip code. So we've been, our information is, I'm sorry, I can click on it here. So you can go through the documents. We've been doing this for 3 years. I have a need for more funds than we actually have listed in the budget. We have access to a lot of children. We've been doing data collecting that we need to start sharing with you guys. I have teachers, I have social workers on my staff that are volunteering their time. We give away about $250,000 worth of items every year. This year, I just got more contracts for some big warehouses, and this is really off the sketch of our education program. But we've wrote some grants, and we have this year, 990 is going to show $500,000 worth of clothes and items that we have given away, Pepper Tree Apartments, water to Serenity Towers, and we're still bringing the education system to the kids. My wife is not here. My son had a meeting in Lausanne this morning, so we were a little bit off, so she was going to bring the numbers to you guys. So I think we're asking for 50, but we need to have some sit down because we need a warehouse box truck. We have overran 2 churches, annex buildings. We have 5 storage rooms full of items to give to the city to keep conflict down. We just had a situation with a kid in an apartment. We couldn't get into the apartment because of residential politics. I hope you guys can understand that. And so a kid was being bullied because he was wearing the same clothes. We were able to box up some clothes, some school items, and we actually took that kid to the Smithsonian Institute this past summer break, and back in March, whatever that break was. So we're out moving. We've been doing this, but the parents, we don't have all needy kids. We did a summer camp. A lot of our parents are taxpayers, and they trust what we're doing with their children, and they trust our opinion about what's going on in the city also. So we've touched maybe 20,000. This year, we're gonna probably touch a lot more. If you check our website out and keep up with us, as soon as we get somebody that they can record, because we're recording and we're handing out stuff and we're teaching the children. Please check our website out to see what we've been doing. We're gonna continue to do it, but I need to have some private meetings for some extra money. I'm in need of a warehouse yesterday. I have no more storage to hand out free, brand new clothes. I don't give out anything that's not new. I have contracts with about 5 big chain stores here in the city, and I'm giving this stuff away, also educating the kids at the same time. I'm not asking, I'm beckoning that you guys go ahead and drop the funds that we need so we can continue the process. The situation that's going on now, we're touching those type of children. We're getting into their heads. We're traveling with them. We're giving them something to remember and to grow and to connect with so that they can avoid the tragedies that's going on in our city. So keep us active. We don't want to go out of business because we don't have a warehouse and space to keep teaching these children. The church is going to kick us out soon. They don't even want to take our money anymore. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cheers. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Cheers? Ms. Docker.
Yes. Yes, please.
Areas do you service?
Oh my goodness, I serve all over the city, and I actually have a lot of people.
Mr. Cheers, can you use the microphones so the
Okay,
recorder
I'm
can hear
sorry.
you? Yeah.
Whitehaven currently, 38109, 38116. But we really have no distinction of borders when it comes to need. But most of the people that we've served is in 38109, that's where we're housed, and 38116.
And my last question is,
Yes.
what is the trade that, because I hear a trade in teaching it, so what's the trade if it's not everything?
What is the trade?
It's an educational trade, I would imagine, that you're teaching them along the way, correct?
Oh yeah, so Beyond Educating, what we put out for the children is, we appreciate Memphis being a warehouse hub, a distribution hub of the South, but STEM-based curriculum, that's what we teach. We are completely on the STEM base, and if you, looking to, and my wife's on the phone. And we also do conflict resolution courses. We were on Fox 13 last year. We actually give away more toys and school items than they raise, and we're not even heard of. No, thank you.
Councilman Ford, I can't leave yet, Mr. Cheers.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I have a resolution to give them $5,000
Okay, so
and
we
with
will,
the same night minutes.
we'll take that up.
Okay.
Okay.
Good enough.
Colleagues, any other questions for Mr. Cheers? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cheers.
No, thank you.
So, colleagues, at this time, we will move on to item number 1, which is a resolution to amend the council fiscal 23 grant allocations. And there's a request for same-night minutes on this item, and this is sponsored by Councilman Ford. I entertain a motion.
Move it.
Okay, moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Colleagues, you should have a copy of this resolution in the record, but I'll hand it over to you, Mr. Ford.
Oh, I appreciate it, Chair. Yeah, we just heard presentation, and I'm giving $5,000. And if any other council member would like to help them out, they can. Okay? Appreciate you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions on this item, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Is there any other business to come before the Budget Committee? Seeing none, this committee meeting is adjourned.
could we please have a roll call?
Chairman Jones. Here. Councilman Ford. And Chair Warren.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is to go through a number of our resolutions and get them through first, and then do our quarterly parks review at the end and take more time with that in case we have questions. So item number 1 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds for the Lester Community Center replacement in the amount of $4 million. This is project number PK01036. District 5, Super District 9. It's requested by the administration. Could I have a motion, please? Moved by Jones, seconded by Johnson. Do we have someone to present this from administration? Nope. Do we have any questions on this?
Well, I have a question, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
go
My
ahead.
question is, what's the total project cost and how much of this is, well, how much does this make up of the total project cost?
Okay, well, I think we'll have to come back to that since it doesn't look like we have anyone from administration here. Let's go ahead and hold on this particular one, and we'll see if we can go down and find ones that we don't have questions on, and we'll move through those, okay? So we'll hold that motion for the time being, and we'll move to resolution number 3, to allocate and appropriate funds for tennis major maintenance in the amount of $750,000. Project 8 and 9, requested by administration. Can I have a motion for that?
Well, I have a question on this one, too.
Okay, question on, so it looks like we got questions, so maybe we need to call upstairs and see if we can get
Yes,
administration
please.
down here. We're not going to be able to start early.
Yeah.
I'm going to recess the committee until administration gets here.
Okay.
I'm trying to get us through, Mr. Chair. Let's unrecess the committee and go back to item number 2, which was a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds for the Lester Community Center. We have a question for you, Chief, from Councilman Jones.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Question that I had for item number 1, item number 2, was this $4 million. What's the total project cost?
Total project cost currently, including the out years, which would be 24 and 25, is $15 million.
Okay.
And so this is essentially the A&E.
Gotcha.
Allow us to design it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions on this particular item? This is item number 2. Yes, Ms. Dockery.
Thank you, Chair. As far as for item number 3.
Get that mic closer to you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't know. Can you hear me?
Pull your mic a little closer to you. There you go. Okay. Any other questions on item number 2? Okay. All those in favor of item number 2, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Chair is also aye. That resolution goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 3 is the resolution to allocate and appropriate funds for tennis major maintenance in the amount of $750,000. Project number PK03004, Districts 4 and 5, Super District 8 and 9, requested by administration. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Jones. And we have Mr. Jones with a question.
Yes, Director, my question is just the distribution of these maintenance items. So how many parks are included in the 750?
So I know it goes back a little ways, but this is a 10-year project to resurface all of the tennis courts. And so typically he does 3 to 4 courts themselves each year. And I believe that last year we did the courts at University and at the Fraser, at Ed Rice Community Center, so that we would be done with that around the time of the opening of the center. And typically it is based upon the schedule in which they were last done. So we try to do the ones that are in the oldest courts, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Councilman Johnson.
Good.
Walker. My question is similar to Councilman Jones in regards to where exactly, you don't know exactly where these funds are going to be used or which tennis courts are going to be refinished?
I can get you the list, and I can also show you the scheduled out list for the next 2 years as well. We'll send that to your staff.
Okay, how much is he actually charging for each court?
Okay, so I want to say that essentially the cost to do the full resurfacing of a court, so it's a post-tension court, so it's basically rebuilding the court and then resurfacing it, is about $100,000 each.
So you mean we're going to have 7 courts in this case, since we're asking for 7?
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay. I like to know which ones. I mean, you first said 3 or 4 courts, and now I'm looking at 7
No, 3 or 4
courts.
facilities, not courts. I apologize.
That makes sense.
No,
okay, thank you.
But no, we can, and again, when we get back to the office, we'll have planning and development put together the list that they're putting out for bid, and we'll send that to you.
Will the contracts come back before us for approval? Will that go straight to the mayor without our approval?
That's because we're appropriating the funds today, those would, I mean, they'll go through the normal bid process, but they would not come back before y'all for approval.
Okay. Is that correct?
Never do.
Okay.
Never do.
But-
Hopefully we're not, letting some sneaky secret out of the bag, but no, that's why we're appropriating the funds.
I got you, but I know we're working on another contract, and I know it has to come before this body.
That is, so council rules state that any lease or agreement that Parks enters into that is longer than a year comes back before council.
Okay, okay. I thank you. Thank you for that insight. Appreciate the work you do.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Any other questions? All those in favor of item number 3, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chairman's aye. That passes with a favorable resolution. Item number 4 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds for the Douglas Park splash pad in the amount of $1.2 million, project number PK04018, District 7, Super District 8, requested by administration. I need a motion and a second. Moved by Ford, seconded by Dockery. Chief, go ahead.
This is, and I apologize, it's the nature of doing this. We're going to bring forth all the stuff that was approved during the budget season, and this project, we are eager to get started on building a splash pad at Douglas Park.
I'll just have a comment from the chair. They just built a splash pad at the zoo, and I know you look at this and you think $1.2 million, but that's what these things cost, because it's pretty significant, the amount of plumbing that's necessary and the things that you have to do to keep it sanitary. So it's not crazy. This is an average price for it. Any questions? All those in favor, please go ahead. You had a question?
Well, yeah, I have a question for
Mr. Jones.
Was this one of the original ones?
So essentially, The Douglas, a while back, we got a state grant in order to build. The idea was that we would match the 600, or actually it was about $250,000 that we were getting from the state. Cost escalation went up so much and the time frame so quickly that we pivoted it from being a match to a full project. So it was listed in Accelerate Memphis, and it was something that was listed in the items that we were going to fund this year. But I just wanted to, it was and it wasn't. The dollar amount has gone up, but the funds are available to do so because of the special allocation from council.
Okay, so so this was, I think, if I remember correctly, when the council made a budget amendment to do an additional splash pad.
That is going to be at McFarland Park.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Any other
Thank you, Mr.
questions?
Chairman.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair's aye. There are any nays. That passes, and going down with the favor recommendation. Number 5 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds in the amount of $4 million for Audubon Golf Course redesign and construction. This is project PK 06018, Super District 5, Super District 9, District 5, requested by administration. Mr. Walker.
And this is the project to do similar rescale and redo of the golf courses we just did with Pine Hill. And so this would be the first half of the allocation. The remaining half would be in FY24.
And so this is a half.
We would begin construction on November 1st.
Questions?
Down for about a year.
Now, actually, yes. Truly playable in the spring of 24.
Okay.
It'll be, the grass will be done with construction next summer, but again, can't snap your fingers. It takes a little while for grass to grow.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Ms. Dockery, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Chair. Question, what's the total amount for?
It's $8 million.
Okay, so nothing else will come behind it?
So the only thing that we will have to figure out at some point, and again, truly, I don't think it's, personally, I would rather us invest in the course than the clubhouse. At some point, we'll have to figure out a new clubhouse, but for the time being, we're going to have a temporary facility set up on Cherry Road.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All those in favor of item number 5, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair's an aye. That passes. We'll go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 6 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds in the amount of $300,000 for the Ida B. Well Memorial, project number PK 07126, Super District 8, District 6, requested by administration. Mr. Walker. I need a motion, excuse me.
I'll move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Johnson, and now Mr. Walker.
This is a special allocation from council done in partnership with the Friends of Ida B. Wells Memorial. Essentially, this is to make some improvements to the plaza next to Robert Church Park.
Any questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the ayes have it. Chair is an aye. So that will go down with a favorable recommendation. Resolution number 7 is to allocate and appropriate funds in the amount of $1 million for improvements to the Wolf River Greenway Phase 6, project number PK 07127, Super District 8, District 7, requested by administration. Need a motion and a second.
I'll move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Ford. Mr. Walker.
This is a continuation of the MOU that we have with the Wolf River Conservancy to finish out the Wolf River Greenway. And I believe this section, it highlights the district and area, but I believe this is a continued connection off of Kennedy Park.
Have any questions?
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Mr. Walker, how many total phases?
Oh, man. I want to say that there's 16 or 17 when you
Okay.
include the subsections. This section is a major connector between the section that is that comes out off of Humphreys, trying to get us all the way over to Kennedy.
Okay, so when we look at this 6, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going in sequential order.
No. It's
Gotcha.
all over the board. And
Okay.
and like I said, you start getting into phase A, B, and C instead of the sections.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd like if you could at some point just get our staff sort of where we are on the project. Just give us maybe a 2-page overview so we can see where we are. This is, I think, a very important thing for tourism in our community, and it's going to help a lot of areas that it goes through once it connects all the way through. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Chair is an aye. That's going to go down with a favorable recommendation. Okay, item number 8 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds in the amount of $500,000 for Lichterman Nature Center Major Maintenance Project number PK 08037, Super District 9, District 2, requested by administration. Mr. Walker.
So anyone
I
who's
need
been-
a set first, motion second.
move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Dockery.
Essentially, anyone who's been to Lichterman Nature Center recently, there's a decent amount of deferred maintenance up there, and in order to keep the trail from sort of falling back into the water, we are working to develop plans in order to resolve a lot of those issues, and this money, I believe, is earmarked for A&E to do that.
Is this a planning budget, or is this the budget to do it?
It's the
Planning
planning
budget. Okay, any other questions? Let the record show that we've now been joined by Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Colvette, and somewhere in the background, I saw Carlisle and Canale. Okay. I need a motion and a second for this.
Move it. Second.
Moved by Ford, second by Dockery. Chair is yours. Ford is yours.
Okay, wait a second. Are we still talking
Yeah,
about
I'm just, so
Lichterman?
we already done that. Never mind. Any other questions for that? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. That will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 9 is a resolution to appropriate funds in the amount of $250,000 for improvements and to address major maintenance issues at the Memphis Zoo, project number PK09002, District 5, Super District 9, requested by administration. Motion and second.
Move it.
Moved by Colvette, seconded by Jones. Mr. Walker.
This is our annual allotment that we give to the zoo to address issues that can't be addressed by general services. So essentially, every year, Parks gives $250,000 to the zoo to address issues that are outside the scope of general services.
Is this by any chance going to be used to like move power lines and things like that maybe need to be done on that back part?
We can get you the list. Essentially, every year, we get a list from the zoo as to what that they would use it for, and we'd be happy to share that with your staff. I just don't have it in front of me.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. That will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 10 is a resolution to appropriate funds in the amount of $350,000 for park cover line architecture / engineering fees, project number PK 23101, all council district, requested by administration. Need a motion and a second.
Move.
Moved by
Second.
Colvette, seconded by Jones. Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Line, every year we come to you and appropriate the funds from that for various projects. Mike goes ahead and pulls this out so that he can begin designing those projects before he comes to you with the construction cost. So this is the funds to design the things that we will do with the $3.5 million in the cover line budget.
Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. That goes down favorable recommendation. Item number 11 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate funds in the amount of $600,000 for sports lighting installation, project number PK 23102, districts 1, 4, and 7, and Super District 8 and 9, requested by administration. Need a motion and a second.
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Jones. Mr. Walker.
Many of you are familiar with the resiliency grant, in which work is being done at the old sportsplex at Rodney Baber. We took all of those lights down. They're currently being stored over in the Coliseum, and these funds will help us redistribute those to ball fields that are not currently lit.
Any questions? Councilman Jones?
Ms. Walker, we're undertaking the lighting citywide, would
Yeah.
that be applicable to this? Would that, it might be different type of lighting, would we?
It is, so that's with a specific manufacturer, but the same idea. Every lighting that we're doing going forward, we're going to be using LED lighting. If you go actually right now over to Geisman and look at the soccer fields that are built there on Macon, that's LED lighting. So we're falling in line for the same reasons, the cost savings, the ability to know when they're out and all that fun stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question,
Yes,
Chair.
Ms. Dockery.
Can you tell me specifically which areas would have the lighting that'll go up?
We can send you the list. So what Mike is doing, and I keep saying Mike, and Mike is our landscape architect who is over our planning and development department, is working with Musco, who's the lighting manufacturer, to evaluate the locations where it's going to make sense. I know that he's got a list, and they're working through it right now. I'd be happy to share that with you. I just, like, again, and I keep saying it over and over again, I don't have it in front of me right now, but we can certainly schedule time to go through that with you and make sure that it aligns with everybody's needs.
I appreciate that. Thank you again.
Not a problem.
Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Aye, and any nays? That passes and goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 12 is a resolution to appropriate funds in the amount of $2,150,000 for miscellaneous park improvements. This is project number PK 23103, all council districts, requested by administration. Need a motion and a second. Moved by Dockery, seconded by Ford. Mr. Walker, this is probably going to get you some questions.
It would. And again, we're more than happy. I mean, that's part of the reason that we bring this to you and that we don't ask for same night minutes, and so that if there are concerns before this goes before the body, we can certainly address those. I will tell you that generally speaking, what we use the cover line for is to address several things. The biggest one of which, in terms of cost, is paving. So repaving of parking lots, repaving of entrance drives, those sorts of things. It is not cheap, but because those are private drives, it is not something that's done as a larger part of the city's budget. Additionally, there are several projects. A lot of them have to do with drainage, and a lot of them have to do with repairs to the center that fall outside of the scope of general services. And so, again, I'm happy to have Mike put together just a summary sheet for y'all. And if there are things on there that don't align with what you're hearing from the community, we're happy to reprioritize and have a discussion with you about it. Ms.
Dockery.
So after reading and doing the research on it, I have a few questions.
Sure.
What would even with the maintenance work and for the miscellaneous issues with the parks, my question is, what does that timeline look like? And especially for I have to ask for District 4, what does that look like?
So I'll give you a great example. At the Glenview Community Center, there is concern about the walking trail around it. To simply design it, to get somebody to come in, address the concerns, draw up the plans that would have to go before John Zena's group over at Planning and Development and Manny's group over in Engineering, takes about 6 months. And then, because of the cost of that, we have to then go into a competitive bid process, which requires us to set a goal on the project, and then put it out for bid, get all the bonding done and all that. So traditionally, the larger scale projects like that here can take anywhere from 9 to 15 months.
Okay.
Which is fun because everybody thinks in terms of a calendar year. But again, that's on the larger scale projects. Smaller scale projects, like if, for instance, we're going to replace some HVAC units, that can be a 3 to 4 month, depending upon the lead time process.
Okay, I think my last question is this. So I spend a whole lot of time with the seniors in the city, right? That's just something that I do. But their thing is walking on concrete with their bodies. And over the years, if we could not use concrete, what would be, because they have a new texture where we can use now?
We have transitioned to asphalt.
Okay.
And asphalt is much gentler on the knees. There's pros and cons to it. Concrete is great because you can cut out a whole section, put in a whole new section. It's neat and clean. Asphalt gets a little bit of that crumbly. But that being said, we've heard that concern. So anytime we are redoing a trail, we're going to be redoing it with asphalt. And so that one in particular will be asphalt.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. That will go down with favorable recommendation. Item number 13 is a resolution to appropriate furniture, fixtures, and equipment, FFE funds, in the amount of $400,000 for the Community Center Park Furniture, Fixtures, and Equipment, project number PK 23104, all council districts requested by administration. Could I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Logan. Mr. Walker.
So tables, chairs, play equipment, that's essentially what you're looking at. Backboards and a couple of other things that don't rise to the level of capital expense we list under FF&E. Every year, we work with the staff in the community centers and senior centers and the aquatics, truthfully, to go through and list the items that need to be replaced. And then we prioritize that, and we take $400,000 again of the cover line and pull it out for FF&E, and then start to put together a package for replacement.
Any other questions?
Real exciting, I know.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it. That goes down favorable recommendation. And now, Mr. Walker, we're back to presentation, your Parks Quarterly Update. I don't think we need a motion or anything like that. Let's let him have a second to get prepared. And let me get your mic over there. There you go. Try that.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, good deal. All right, and so we like to come to y'all quarterly and give you an update of what's going on in parks, also known as the Smiling Kids presentation. The first thing I wanted to, and we're going to emphasize this over and over again because I know you'll get questions from your constituents about this. We're in the process of going to a membership management model inside the community centers. For decades, we have asked people when they come in to please sign in and list what they're doing. And while that worked great in the 80s and 90s, it makes it very difficult to track usage, need, and resource allocation. So earlier this year, we went to a program called Rec Desk. We have used it to register participants for spring break camp, paint in the park, summer camp, and most recently our first athletic adult program, which is adult softball. All programs starting September 1st, any registered activity, we're getting folks to sign up for. And so that helps us both know what types of programming we should be doing and what types of programming is not working as well as it should be. Speaking of athletics, just a quick update on athletics. This summer, there were 6 baseball clinics with about 279 participants, 9 youth baseball teams spread across the city with about 870 participants. There was a 5-team T-ball league and team coach pitch league. 74 youth soccer clinics, which were just kind of pop-up events where we had soccer training at various locations. We had about 650 people sign up for that. And then one of those programs that helped with the soccer youth clinics was a program called Soccer for Success. It was a partnership we conducted weekly at Burt Ferguson, McFarland, Douglas, and Geisman. We're starting to see a strong resurgence in the adult athletic programs. So we had 6 adult baseball teams and 30 adult kickball teams this year. And again, softball is our first program, but going forward, all of our athletic leagues will be in this digital system, which will help us get a better sense of where folks are coming from, age, which council districts they're from, coincidentally. Aquatics, we had 1,700 youths utilize the pool this summer. Most of that is daily walk-up, although we did also have swim time at summer camp. Swim lessons, it's a program that we're continuing to try to grow. Please feel free to let your constituents know that there is free and low-cost swim lessons available. We really want to encourage everyone in the community, whether they're kids or adults, that need to learn how to swim. We would like to get them to one of our facilities to learn how to swim. Water aerobics at Hickory Hill, and then kind of a fun partnership, the Bickford Community Center right across the street from a KIPP school. We have a partnership where their aquatics program uses the Bickford indoor pool. We also received a $12,750 U.S. swimming grant, which will be used to, again, reduce the cost of those swim lessons at Bickford, Hickory Hill, and Orange Mound. In the community centers, in FY22, so ending June 30th, 22, we served 378,000 citizens. The spring break camp, there was a return of it. It was the first thing we used the rec desk for. We had 244 campers. Summer of Motown was the theme of our summer camp. We had our ultimate game day at Tiger Lane, including a fairly large dance celebration. It was kind of cool. Each of the groups of community centers came out and performed at the end of the show, and it was really an awesome experience. And at that same event, we partnered with Mid-South Literacy and some other groups to put together 3,000 backpacks that were distributed, not just to the 1,700 participants, but family members and friends that came to celebrate them at the closing ceremony at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Here's some fun pictures. Like I said, that's the kind of the bottom center there. It's a little bit dark, but that is one of the presentations at the closing show. And then a couple of other events that we had, the ribbon cutting for the mural behind the Whitehaven Community Center, our annual summer camp spelling bee, Liberty for All. It was the first time that we've held the 4th of July celebration with fireworks at the stadium. It was pretty awesome. Free of charge, had food trucks. It was a really fun experience. As a part of our partnership with Coke to redo some courts, we had John Morant come out with the summer camp kids, and like as much as he could interact, as much as an NBA All-Star could with our kids, he was out there. My favorite story, the young man that's guarding Ja there is the son of one of our administrators, and Ja was kind of being like playful, and then my man there scored a bucket on him, and Ja stopped being playful real quick. And his guys were like, Ja, we don't need you getting hurt at the basketball courts over at Halley. So we shut that down. And then over in the bottom right there is the Gooch mural that Jamon did a really great mural there to help make the pool house look great. So that was a fun thing this summer as well. Golf, total golf rounds, at least in modern times, we set a new record with 136,000 rounds and $3.5 million in revenue, sort of furthering the need for things like the Pine Hill redevelopment and the Audubon redevelopment. I can't explain it, but golf is back. And the number of rounds, the number of folks that want to get out and play it, and our opportunity to provide affordable, well-maintained golf courses is more and more. One of the neat things about the partnership that we had with the Overton Park Conservancy to redo Overton Park was the resumption of the Junior Open. There were 144 players there, making it one of the largest junior tournaments in the Mid-South. Player Park this summer, again, that program continues to grow. It was really sort of brought back in earnest the second summer of the Strickland administration. It has continued to grow. Movies in the park, stargazing events, Player Park, which for those of you unfamiliar with it, is an unregistered opportunity. So summer camp is registered. You need to sign the kids up. If there are situations where 1 or 2 days a week somebody's not able to look after the kids, it's an opportunity for there to be an unregistered safe space inside of the parks with programming and activation. And so had good numbers there as well. And then this summer, we really pushed to have Family Fun Fridays. It was an amazing time. We had 3-on-3 basketball tournaments, an incredible number of bounce houses, swim at the locations where there was an outdoor or indoor pool, free food trucks. We brought out the video game board, which is this massive 10 by 15 LED board where kids beat the snot out of each other playing basketball on Xboxes and PlayStations. And then arts and crafts and games. Looking forward to doing it again next summer and would really encourage y'all to come out. It's a great activity. Senior services, 16,480 seniors and individuals with adaptive needs served in FY22. Meal programs provide hot meals to approximately 150 seniors a week. And then some of the activities that are done, but certainly not an exhaustive list, is line dancing, aerobics, Friday night dances, senior prom, senior travel club, and what's about to get fired up, Senior Olympics. And that is over at the Orange Mound Community Center, one of the aerobics classes there. It's so large it has to come over from the Orange Mound Senior Center because there's not enough space. This is at the Raymond Skinner Center for the Special Needs. Birthday celebrations, had a visit from the Bull Wheels. The Dixon Gallery came over and did some art classes there. And then what is really a unique thing at a municipally run center for the developmentally disabled is that there are Friday night dances there, which bring in folks from as far away as Missouri. It's a really well-attended activity. And then, insert picture from Craig here. That's awesome. I apologize about that. The Little Red Schoolhouse is something that we just wanted to kind of give y'all a little bit of an update about here. And so we have some friends here in case y'all have some more questions. So we have our friends from Memphis Fire and the architect who were hoping to help us redo it, and from the Pink Palace. When they were building the new fire headquarters, behind it was a one-room red schoolhouse, the Little Red Schoolhouse, that has some significance both culturally and historically. And my friend and yours, Chief Sweat, called us up and said, hey, do you guys want this? And so while Parks did not necessarily have a programmatic need for it, it fell perfectly in line with the mission of the Museum of Science and History, MOSH, previously known as the Pink Palace. And so long story short, our friends at Housing and Community Development have come up with about $45,000 to help cover the cost of moving the structure from the fire headquarters over on Avery over to the Pink Palace and doing a little bit of the design work. So that portion is already taken care of. The administration would like to propose to council the possibility of an additional $200,000, up to $200,000, to actually go about the work of restoring the building, which again would allow for a lot of educational and historical value to the programs of the Museum of Science and History. And so, again, it's one of those things where I don't want to belabor the point and go too far down the rabbit hole on it, but we do have and there's my buddy Ashley from Housing and Community Development, Director Cash, our friends from Memphis Fire, and from the Pink Palace, if you have any questions about it, but just wanted to kind of cue it up for you as a possibility. Additionally, this year, we spent, anybody that saw the feed or actually went out to the Southern Heritage Classic, the stadium looks great. About $1.2 million in deferred maintenance. The largest chunk of that was replacing the 11-year-old football field that was there. It is amazing. And again, they have about a 7 to 8 year lifetime on them. And so us being able to get that addressed was really important. Replaced some outdated IT equipment, restriped the parking lot. Again, if you look in this picture, the middle is sort of what the stadium looked like, and you can't see it because it's being washed out up there, but hopefully you can see it either on the packet or on a screen, is what the stadium looked like before the pressure washing. The nice, clean, easy transition that you can see to the left is what it looked like after the pressure washing. We also cleaned all the exterior windows and replaced the carpet in the north end zone. And then just give you an idea of where we are in some of the Accelerate Memphis projects. The Geisman Community Center, the sidewalk construction has been completed, and the soccer fields are done and lit. There are 2 adult-sized soccer fields. The one closest to what will be the new community center can be split into 2 youth fields, both lit, so that we can have lots of educational soccer going on there. The Gaston Community Center, anybody that's driven by it on South 3rd, the new windows are being installed. It is a transformation to go from bricked up windows to these gorgeous, 20, 30 foot high windows that are going to bring in light into the community center. The links at Audubon scheduled to begin on November 1st. The links at Pine Hill, the work at the golf course is done. Councilman Ford, you'll be happy to know about this. The bridge is done. The long nightmare of the bridge is finally over. So, because it is also heavily used as a walking trail by folks in the Alcee neighborhood. So, really glad to be able to have that done. The Riverview Community Center construction is scheduled to begin shortly, and the Whitehaven multi-purpose room is also scheduled to begin at the end of September. Speaking of Geisman, you can see there, that's the LED lighting we were talking about. The crazy thing about that is there is no light pollution. You can walk 100 yards away from there and be in complete darkness, which is really great because that community center in particular is smack dab in the middle of a neighborhood. And so making sure that when we have night games there, it's not disruptive to the neighborhood was important. And again, I did a bad job of describing how transformative it is, but anybody that's been in Gaston in the last 20 years since they boarded the windows up, you can see how different that is in the picture on the right. We want to invite people in. Light is one of the best ways to get people to come in, both metaphorically and literally. Pine Hill, the aforementioned bridge. Unfortunately, that's not it in, but that gives you an idea of why it was so difficult. It's a massive bridge. But that was after it was constructed, before the handrails got put on. It is now in and functional. I know because we've driven a couple of golf carts over it. On the right is the Orange Mound splash pad. So to give you an idea, the splash pad that you approved today for Douglas and the one that we will come back and ask for McFarland later, it's going to be similar, but with a different color scheme. You can imagine the color that was requested heavily by the Orange Mound community. And then this, to me, again, was a really cool program that we did when the fireworks weren't going to be able to happen down on the bluff. Chief McGowan and the mayor came to us and said, with an appropriate amount of time, as you're well aware, this was like in June, do you think you guys can put on a fireworks show on the 4th? And so I don't know if you know anyone that went out there. I was there with my family. A lot of our staff were out there. It was safe. It was fun. We had bounce houses for the kids. We were showing National Treasure on that giant video board in the background. And I personally think it was one of the best fireworks festivals we've had in the city. So we look forward to doing it again. And with that, I am done rambling. If you have any questions.
Council members, any questions? Councilman Jones, you said you had something?
Yes. Thank you for the update, Mr. Walker. Yours is probably the one that or at least I can't speak for everybody, but I look forward to it here.
Makes me happy too. You're good.
First question is looking at aquatics and the swim lessons.
Yes, sir.
145 youth, 45 adults. What's the capacity? How much more can we be doing?
We can do significantly more than that. I will tell you that it's not even really an issue of funding. It is truthfully an issue of getting the word out, getting the community. It is a mission of mine to increase the access to water safety in this community. There was a study done by the University of Memphis and the U.S. Swim Association 10, 15 years ago at the university that found that particularly among African Americans in the city of Memphis, the rates of adults who did not feel safe in the water, not whether you can swim or not, but do you feel safe in the water, 60 to 70% said no. And so that starts early. And that's why y'all's investment in the splash pads is so important, because it's a progression. It starts with the splash pads, it goes to the outdoor pools, and by that point, there's a good chance that we can convince the kids to come to the community centers and learn how to actually swim. And so continuing to make those sorts of investments and continuing to push out the word that we have capacity, I think is going to be our best path forward on that.
Okay. And then at what locations are these swim lessons available?
They're at 3 of the 4 indoor pools. So they're at Orange Mound Senior Center, they are at Hickory Hill, and they're at Bickford. And once it's built, they'll be at Leicester.
Okay. And so I would hope that what would be your plan for getting the word out?
I think, so we push the word out pretty good right now, but it has to be continual, and it can't be short-lived. So we'll be happy to talk with the city communications office about a sustained communication, but truth be told, in this city, y'all know this, it's tell somebody who tells somebody. Just continue to put that word out that there are opportunities, and if they come there, we'll find a way to get them swim lessons.
Okay. Thank you. And then looking at community centers, I'm looking at the spring break camp.
Yes, sir.
244 campers. Similar question. What's the capacity there, and how can we get more participation?
I want to say that we had budgeted for about 400 at that, but again, it was a pilot because it had been a few years since we had done a spring break camp. And I think we're looking at similar numbers with a fall break camp. And I think over time, that'll grow, and we will adjust our budget to accommodate.
Okay. Next question, going back, so I'm going to golf now.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how many of you all recall this, but a prior makeup of this council, there was a huge discussion about reducing, taking offline some of the golf courses.
Yes, sir.
And this is one of those things, if you build it, they will come.
Yep.
And we've made an investment in these golf courses, and if you look at the results, you're saying that we've had more rounds of golf than we've had.
Yes, sir.
And so, I just commend you and the administration for doing this. Next, looking at the page, Play Your Park, particularly the Family Fun Fridays.
Yes, sir.
This is something that I've advocated for the past couple of years. And my question, I would hope that when you come to us for budget next year,
yes, sir,
that we can see probably the largest ask or increase year over year that we've had for programs that you're talking about, aquatics, golf, community centers, and then these Friday fun nights. When we talk about, I've had some people to say to me over the years, hey, I remember my first job being with Memphis Parks. When I went to school in D.C., people used to always talk about former Memphis Marion Barry and how he employed people. I would hope that we can do some of the same things with our parks and get them online a little bit more. I go back and still looking at, there was another one I wanted to ask about, and this is dealing with athletics. I've talked too about, we have a lot of what used to be baseball fields that are taken offline. What can we do to get the number of youth baseball teams up and seeing greater investment in those areas? I would hope that your budget would be more ambitious than it has been before in order to implement greater activity in our parks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Good morning, Director Walker. I appreciate the effort of your team and commend you on the success and continued success, and we often talk about that. I wanted to ask about the activities, the sports. We've talked about football before. Is that on the horizon, Little League football? I know Memphis, the Police Athletic League has, or PAL, has football, and then you have the little community leagues. Is that, do you see that on the horizon, or is that something that could potentially be used for those baseball fields that my colleague spoke of?
Hang on. I'm going to actually come over there because it's easier to hear. You're all over there. Yes, we have talked about it both internally, and the mayor have made it a priority. To increase the opportunities for youth football. We are currently having a conversation about where to build a football field and track because again, with us turning Hallie back over to Shelby County Schools, Memphis Shelby County Schools, and really not having any other dedicated football fields. Most of ours are soccer fields that have combo goals on the end. That's what we're going to be doing up at Kennedy Park. We want to have a dedicated football field, and we want to identify some places where that makes sense in partnership with either PALS or any of the other youth football. We're going to let them guide us as to where it makes the most sense. But to answer your question shortly, yes, we want to both increase the facilities and, to Councilman Jones' point, we want to increase the staff that we have so that we can program those ourselves without depending so much on partners.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Could we possibly get the people from Mosh to tell us a little bit more about the historical significance of the Little Red Schoolhouse, so that way we can explain it to constituents if they have questions?
Yep. Kevin?
Hi, good morning. I'm Kevin Thompson, Executive Director of Mosh, or the Pink Palace, Lichterman Nature Center, and our two historic homes downtown. This is a pretty significant piece of Memphis history. There was a little schoolhouse on President's Island that existed until it was flooded out in about 1937. This building replaced that in about 1952, and it was the last segregated school in Memphis. And so it's been sitting on the firehouse lot for some time now, and we view it as a great educational piece for the museum. So one, it's a piece of Memphis history we want to preserve. Our plan is to put it on the grounds as you drive in the front of the Pink Palace over to the left, where we send school trips for picnics and lunches if the weather's permitting. So our goal is to restore it, add air conditioning to it, which it did not have, and use it as both a teaching tool and an educational component that shares the history of the schoolhouse. And it'll be a way to activate that playground, that picnic. Right now it's just the tables that the kids go out to. We view it as now having a piece that we can activate that area of the grounds. The private side, Memphis Museums, Inc., the 501c3 that runs the operations there, is also contributing $25,000 in their budget to do the exhibition build out of the interior. So the funds today are to help us relocate it, and it needs a little TLC. So it's really to help restore that.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions from any of the board members? Yes, Ms. Dockery.
I'm sorry, I wanted to go back to parks with aquatics.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. I wanted to piggyback off of Chairman Jones when he stated about the aquatics. So, which is true about the budget, and even more so about making sure we get information for people to be able to learn how to swim, take the classes. However, I am curious to know, because I do swim at Orange Mound daily. So my question is, but they're understaffed.
Yep.
So how do we fix that part to make it make sense where we can not, and I'm sorry, y'all.
No. It's a great question. And truthfully, it's something, I tend to be very rosy and sunshiny. I think maybe it's part of the reason I have the job.
Yes, sir.
But truthfully, that's our biggest struggle.
Okay.
Because it's not just money.
Okay.
We actually, with the help of council and the city administration, increased the pay for our lifeguards this year. It still wasn't enough. There is a shortage of lifeguards, and it is nationwide. And so to address it, in some ways, we have to be creative in the short term, adjusting the hours, which will probably not make folks happy. But again, it's one of those things where if the pool is not being utilized all 8 hours a day, we should probably focus on staffing for the hours where it's being used. The second thing we have to do is grow our own. And so selfishly, part of the reason for wanting to get kids swimming is not just to promote water safety, although that is the primary purpose. The secondary purpose is so that we can grow lifeguards. We find that most of our staff learn to swim in the community center where they work.
Okay. My next question with that.
But while you're pondering that thing, I'll tell you, it also goes back to Councilman Jones' point, which is funding.
Okay.
We need to provide better resources, and we need to increase pay across the board.
Okay. Thank you. Let me ask for athletics. Again, going over to when you mentioned Holly Stadium, would the consideration of the new possible football field be able to be placed in the middle of the city where it's able to be located by all families, just based on everybody's economical background? Everybody can't afford to go far out. So can we consider that?
The great thing about the timing of all of this is that it really started with Memphis 3.0, which is build up, not out. And so our philosophy in parks, as long as I am the parks director, would be to continue to try to focus inside the loop for that very reason that you just said. It's the reason why after we addressed the Geisman Community Center and Ed Rice Community Center, the very next focus was on Leicester, because in Binghamton, it is quite literally in the middle of the city. And so that is the reason that we're putting an indoor pool there. And it is why when we look at building a football facility, it will be somewhere that is easily accessible, and if we can find the space for it inside the loop.
Okay, and the last things, even with, I think that's my last thing, with aquatics, let me go back to it one more time. There, in certain areas, all machinery, especially for the disabled, does not work in our community centers. Are you aware of that?
We are actually addressing
in
that
the
as
aquatic area. I'm so sorry. Yes, sir.
No, and you're talking about the lifts that
I
allow
am.
folks to get in and out of
Yes,
the pool.
sir.
Those are all being replaced as a part of Accelerate Memphis.
And my question would be: is how long will that take? Because that would be a concern.
Yep, and that is. It's taken me a minute to get back here, but I will have to get that information back to you.
Thank you so much. I have nothing else. I appreciate you.
We appreciate y'all.
I have one question, then I'll get to Councilman Jones for his last question. We've got that new build out over in Liberty Park for the athletic facility. It looks, I drove by it the other day. It seems like it's almost done. It's pretty amazing. Can you give us like a 30-second update on where we are with that?
I don't know. Do you want to tag out here? He's asking about the youth sports complex. He's just asking for an update on it. This is actually one of those fun ones where it's a housing and community development project. And so I'm going to bring up my friend Director Cash.
Thank you. Good morning, Ashley Cash, Director of Housing and Community Development. And I was not paying close enough attention because I was responding to an email. Council Chair, do you mind repeating your question?
I just wanted to know how our new facility in Liberty Park is coming, when it's going to open. It looks great driving by it the other day. I'm just amazed how quickly it went up.
Yeah, it from ground to building, ground steel, and then once it started building, it's going. So we're super excited about we call it the MSEC building, Memphis Sports and Events Complex. It's anticipated to be open at the end of this year, around November. I don't have the exact date, but early parts of November. We're hoping to have a groundbreaking and everything and get everybody out, council, of course, included, out. We are working with who is leasing that facility. Y'all approved the lease a while ago. It's Eastern Sports Management. They have been working hard to go ahead and get tournaments booked, to reach out to local leagues to make sure that we have some local presence, and also we're ready to go beginning of January with those different tournaments and different types of activities booked. We're also working with developers on the northeastern side of that site, where we call it the private development opportunity, for hotels, some family entertainment, retail, restaurants, et cetera, really to continue to build that space up.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones, you had another question for Chief Walker?
Yeah, Director Walker, this is going back to the football fields, and I know that if we look at it, construction time, we are out 3, 4, 5, 6 years. My question is there any way that we can have some type of MOU with Shelby County Schools for some of their facilities? I don't, I'm thinking about, because one of the things, Councilman Warren, remember when Melrose was one of the first fields that we renovated as far as the turf is concerned. I know that there's some periods where there's some downtime. I don't know whether that's the scheduling of it would conflict with them. So if you could shed some light on that.
Yeah, no, and I think it's a great idea. I'll be honest with you, as a parks director, the first thing that I would lobby for a partnership with Memphis Shelby County Schools on is a joint use agreement on their playgrounds. Access to playgrounds is so vitally important to kids in this city, and yet the policy for Shelby County Schools is that any use by non-students during school hours is trespassing. And so I would love to have those conversations. I think once they sort of stabilize, they're obviously going through a lot right now, and so I don't want to kick them while they're down. Once there's some stabilization there, I'd love to have those conversations with them about joint use agreements both ways, because there are lots of opportunities. Sea Isle, for any of you familiar with it, they have a tiny covered playground right next to two massive playgrounds of ours. And I would love to work out something where there's an ability to use all three by all people. And so that being said, that same philosophy for any sort of athletic multi-use partnership, I think that's a great idea.
Okay, well, if there's anything that the council can do in speaking with the board over there and the administrations, please let us know.
Be happy to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. This is a great presentation every quarter. This is part of the reason we're on council, to see what we're doing here. I think you make us happy, so thank you. Any other questions before we go? With that,
On the,
yes, go ahead.
On the Little Red Schoolhouse, if the spirit compels anybody about the funding on the schoolhouse.
Do you need a motion for that, or something to come through? Or are you going to bring it from administration?
Until I get sworn in, they won't let me make motions. So yeah.
Normally administration will bring an item for a request.
We'd be happy to. We will.
So
We will.
you bring that item to us, and then we can do something with it. I think that's, unless you need us to move on it today.
It's up to y'all. I mean, it would just be an appropriation so that it would be an appropriation for an up to amount of $200,000.
Yeah, we can entertain it today if you can prepare.
Okay. We'll work with the administration to get that into you.
Thanks.
Good, thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, that being said, we are now adjourned.
Good morning, colleagues. Today is September 13th. It is 9:33. And I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Crichton, please call the roll.
Councilman Ford. Councilman Colvette. Here. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Dockery. Here. Councilman Canali. Here. Councilwoman Johnson. And Councilwoman Easter Thomas is joining virtually.
Present. Item number 1, colleagues, is a monthly crime update from the Memphis Police Department requested by Councilman Morgan. And we're going to ask Chief Davis if she would come on down, give your name and address for the record, please. And you are recognized.
Chief Sarah Lynn J. Davis, 170 North Main Street. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present the monthly crime report. At this time, Deputy Chief Oakley will provide the month of August, assisted by Sergeant Josh Stanley.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. So if you have a copy of your presentation for August, we want to look at overall crime first. We did go up about 2.7 thousand, and then the top crimes by district. If we look at the second page or third page, what's driving our crime in the city? As we discussed last month, theft from motor vehicle and auto theft. We've had over 5,300 theft from motor vehicles thus far in the city and 4,700 auto thefts. In our fourth major crime, which is a violent crime, is aggravated assault, right at 3070. And then shoplifting is our third property crime for over 4,300 overall. District 1, you did see an increase in aggravated assaults as well as burglary, and you did go up about 140. And your top crime in District 1 is auto theft, shoplifting, and theft from motor vehicle. And in District 2, good news, aggravated assault went down, so did the burglaries. And your crime went down in District 2. Crime drivers, theft from motor vehicle theft, followed by shoplifting. District 3, aggravated assault went up by 15, and your burglaries went up by 13, and your crime went up, as you can see, at 903 from 723. Crime drivers, theft from motor vehicle theft, and aggravated assault. District 4, aggravated assault went down, but your burglaries went up a little bit. Crime drivers, shoplifting, ag assault, and theft from motor vehicles. So you did see a little change from the other 3 districts in District 4. And your crime went up about 130 incidents since last month. District 5, aggravated assault remained the same. Burglaries did go down. That's good news. Overall crime went up by about 70. Crime drivers, theft from motor vehicles, shoplifting. In third place is motor vehicle theft. District 6, aggravated assaults went up by 8. Burglaries went down by 2, so it's good news. Crime drivers, theft from motor vehicle, auto theft, aggravated assault, and your crime went up just a little bit by about 60. And then District 7, aggravated assaults went down. Your burglaries remained the same at 56 for the month of August. Crime did go up around 90. Auto thefts, aggravated assault, and theft from motor vehicle are the crime drivers in District 7. So you notice that all the districts, except maybe one, the main crime drivers, auto theft, theft from motor vehicle. And what we found at real-time crime centers, the majority of our auto thefts and theft of motor vehicles are our suspects aged 15 to 19. So is there any questions on that before we move to the Sentinel camera presentation? Okay, let's go to the Sentinel 5 and 6. Well, Sergeant Stanley is our lead camera project manager, and he has given us an update on the Sentinel 5 and Sentinel 6. So we know that Sentinel 5 has been delayed because of COVID and parts issues, but we have good news. The majority of the modems for Sentinel 5 are up. Comcast has installed them. They were having some technical issues trying to get the right parts because this is the first project of this nature that Comcast has taken on. But good news, the cameras should be starting to be installed on Thursday by SkyCop. So we have the modems up. Now we're waiting to SkyCop to come in and put the camera boxes up, and we should have all 84 of them up. Each district will get 3 groups, or you'll have 12 districts, have 12 cameras and 3 clusters of 4. And we want those in, if we can, by November 15th. So any questions on the Sentinel camera project? If you don't have it now, you can get with me later, but we will update you and let you know when all the cameras are up. Any questions?
All right, thank you, sir, for your presentation, and you gave both of them. So we're going to entertain questions from item number 1 first, council members. So if you are in the queue, we have Covette, Carlisle, and Dr. Warren. Covette, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. First things first, Chief, and to all of our first responders, police department, I cannot just say thank you, and thank you is such a puny phrase for all that y'all have done in the last several weeks. Wednesday night was nothing short of a terrorist attack, and as I'm fond of saying, only the police were chasing this guy because we're not professionally trained. It was you guys that chased him down, got him into custody, did the right thing. So for whatever it's worth, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Now let's go to the tougher stuff because we've kind of had a whale of a time since we last visited. How many police officers do we have on staff right now?
I want to make sure I get that
I'm sorry,
number
but
right.
yeah,
It's not a static
bring the team
number,
up.
of course.
This is going to take a minute. Bring the team up.
Yeah. Somewhere in the range of 19. Yeah, 19. It's somewhere in the range of about 19. I was trying to get a more accurate number. I knew it was somewhere in the 1930s.
But 1900 to 1950 is a safe number.
96 recruits that are in the academy right now.
So we have 96 recruits. How far along are they in their training?
They're a little over halfway. They have another maybe 8 weeks to go.
8 weeks to go. Yeah. I know you can't, and I'm asking for a professional opinion, I guess, but do we assume 3/4 of them are going to graduate, 90%? I mean, there's always dropout,
right.
Physical injury.
Actually, we've passed the dropout, point where we lose most of our recruits, typically in the first 3 to 4 weeks. These recruits are well into their training. What we have done in the recruitment process is to ensure that we place individuals in those classes that have the highest chances of success, and we work very hard to make them successful. So even if they don't make physical requirements, I think we had this discussion a couple of months ago, if they don't make the physical requirements going in, we condition them and use those 6 months to get them in shape. We had 100% of those individuals in the last class, after they met that halfway point, all of them graduated because we worked to get them, academically prepared and also physically prepared for the rigors of the job.
Okay.
So we're pretty optimistic about having a very large class to graduate. This might be historically one of the largest classes the Memphis Police Department has seen graduating at one time.
And it seems like almost 100 is, if not the top, it's at least top 5. And so we're going to have hopefully 90-plus recruits becoming police officers, which means theoretically, if you take out retirements and quits, we should be at 2,000 by January 1.
We are certainly hoping that's going to be the case. We don't anticipate a mass exodus, from the department. Of course, we'll have just natural attrition, some folks that are scheduled to retire. Some of our folks that, are in the drop program will roll off of our payrolls towards the end of the year. But we should have, certainly we should have gains, by the first of the year because of this class graduating. And we have another class that we plan to start in the next couple of weeks of about 60.
Okay. Chief Crow, Deputy Chief Crow, this may be a question for you. I mean, since I've been here, I think we've done, 4 studies, 3, 4, 5 studies on the efficiency of the police department and what the police department needs. I mean, we've done at least one in the last couple of years.
That is correct, sir.
All right.
Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Don Crow, Assistant Chief of Police,
Thank
Memphis
you.
Police Department, 170 North Main.
Okay. And this body agreed that the professional recommendation of 2,500 police officers to instigate community policing, but not a police state, but community policing, that is still our goal, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Colleagues, to look at this question and say to the police, what do you need, how much do you need, and when do you need it? This body has increased budgets, increased your marketing, increased the benefits, thanks to the sales tax referendum. So I think that in many ways, colleagues, we are giving the police what they need. And if you need anything else, feel free to tell me. But the more I thought about, colleagues, given the last couple of weeks, Memphis, if you think of it in terms of an ecosystem, to say that we just need more police officers is only part of the solution. We have many social issues, I think, that are also driving this. I just heard on theft of motor vehicles that they were all underage. I think that the question on rape kits and how fast that they're coming back to us. So, but I go to the theft of motor vehicles. I mean, unless I'm mistaken, what is it, like a $1,000 bond and they're back on the streets? I mean, juvie court. So I guess let's center on that first question, because I'm going kind of to the social and thinking of a package here. You pick up a young man or woman, stole a car, they're a juvenile, what happens?
Well, I'll let Chief Crow talk about historically what happens. I can tell you what happens today. They will typically have a court date. Many times that juvenile isn't held 24 hours before they're released back to their parents. However, during that court date, it depends on their history to determine whether or not that juvenile gets some additional rehabilitation, gets, any time in some type of facility. And of course, we're trying to save our youth, but at the same time, we're seeing that there aren't any real holistic kinds of approaches to how we address juvenile delinquency, juvenile problems, our young people being involved more in more serious crimes, especially car thefts, carjackings, breaking into vehicles, and also burglaries. I'm talking about 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds. So it's a very, very complex kind of situation because you're still talking about children. But then when they become 13, 14, and 15, the activity escalates. It's no longer breaking into a car. It becomes a carjacking, or it becomes an aggravated assault or something of that nature. So I think it's really important that we really look at what are we doing with our young people before they get to the age where they're vulnerable to all of these various elements that seem to pull them into the criminal justice system.
Well, and I think you're sensing where I'm going with this, that I believe that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. You know, my first comment again to you is always, what do you need? How much do you need? When do you need it? But what I also see is a broader social question that, and Chief McGowan, I see you're here. I don't know that we have ever done, and maybe the Shelby County Crime Commission has done this, but has a comprehensive review ever been made, not just of the police department, but of the social issues surrounding all of this, and how I just can't imagine that there is another city that hasn't faced the same exact question and come up with incredibly good answers. So I guess my first question, and this may involve Chief, has there been a comprehensive study, perhaps by the Shelby County Crime Commission, on where all the social issues that begin children, for lack of better words, minors, on the wrong path? Has any of that ever been done?
I can't say that it has. I saw Doug McGowan in the corner of my eye stand up. I wonder, do you have comments, Chief McGowan?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Doug McGowan, 791 North Graham Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38122. Councilman, it's an excellent question. To my knowledge, the studies that have been done recently have been the efficiency studies for the Memphis Police Department. There were 4, and you're correct, and that's largely how we arrived at that 2,500 number. And many of the tactics, techniques, and procedures, Chief Davis and Chief Crow have put into place, and so I think it's fair to say the things that this council and this police department control, we have done everything that we can that is within our control for our portion. I think it is fair, and Memphis Shelby County Crime Commission, I will be more than happy to reach out to them to say, A, is there another city that has done a comprehensive assessment of all of the drivers of crime, all of the pieces of the ecosystem, from social service provision to the courts, the juvenile court, to the sheriffs, the other pieces of the ecosystem that are important, the Department of Corrections, and has that been done? If so, who's done it most successfully? And then would they be the appropriate body to undertake that study? Not something that's years in the making, but something that's a quick hit, months in the making, that could say, here are some areas where there are gaps. I think we've done a really good job of gap analysis in the Memphis Police Department, and we filled most of those gaps with your authority and with the initiatives, many of which you mentioned. I do not recall having seen a comprehensive assessment across the board that would involve all parties involved in that system, but I'm more than happy to ask, and I may have something back for you this afternoon that I could report back. I'll check with Mr. Gibbons to see if he can recall if that's been done, and I'll certainly be happy to report back.
Chief, I'd greatly appreciate that, because colleagues, Mr. Chairman, what I'm envisioning is potentially an ad hoc committee or within one of our committee systems, but I see us working with the Shelby County Commission, potentially our legislature, not just on the police aspect, but the social aspect, the sentencing aspect, the recidivism aspect. But also, I would like to even look at, and again, we're going to talk about rape kits, I think, here, and what we can do, potentially what the state can do to speed that up. But also, colleagues, and this may be controversial, I know it will be, I believe it's the 1977 consent decree. You know, you had these 2 men the other day on Facebook promising to shoot everything up. And unless I'm mistaken, Chief, you have to have probable cause. So all this is happening, then you have to get probable cause. You got to go to a judge. I mean, how does that work?
Well, and of course, we have our legal assistant here as well, who has been working really close with us with this consent decree. And I wanted to get clear understanding myself as far as what the restraints were as it relates to investigating bona fide criminal activity. Social media is a vital resource to any law enforcement agency as you're trying to manage a crisis. The last thing in the world we need is to be restricted to monitoring what the general public is monitoring about activity that's evolving in our city, especially dangerous activity. At the time, I think this particular incident fit within the confines of, yes, we're able to monitor social media for this event. If I'm correct, I believe our consent decree is specific to First Amendment monitoring. And Chief Crow, you know the history as well. But sometimes there's a bit of misunderstanding, some ambiguity, even amongst our officers about social media, what we can and can't do. So we have really worked to try to train them and to establish more of a social media unit, which we're looking at establishing, but to manage our work and not violate our consent decree, but at the same time, free our hands to be able to do the critical work that we need to do in the middle of a crisis like we saw last week. And if I was in violation, I would have had to be in violation. There was work that needed to be done in a very critical situation, and that information that we retrieved off of social media was critical to mitigate that incident.
Well, nobody wants a police state and nobody wants Big Brother, but at the end of the day, we are charged with keeping Memphis safe, and you are charged with keeping Memphis safe. And I truly believe, colleagues, I truly believe that this is a walk and chew gum, that it is about public safety, but it is also about the social of the upbringing, the environment, and to get the crime commission started and then potentially a task force to roll forward to put these pieces in place, because I believe that there are gaps, Chief. Somebody carjacking and being on the street in 24 hours, released to their parents, that's unacceptable to me. I mean, because there is clearly a victim in this case. And to know that that person is walking the streets 24 hours later is completely unacceptable. So I see a broad picture here, but that at this point, that is all the questions I have. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Assistant Chief.
All right, thank you. Carlisle, you recognize.
Hello, Mon. Thank you, Chairwoman. I would just real quick, last 2 weeks have been very intense. Thank you to the Memphis Police Department and all the agencies. It was incredible to be down at the command center and see just, from what I could see, even being an outsider, how fluid those operations were and what you accomplished. And I think about our police numbers in those moments where we've got officers working 8 to 16, 18-hour shifts going home. Chief Crow at one point texted me, I think he'd been out there all day, I don't know how many hours. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he said he'd gone home, and he was back at the command center at 6 o'clock in the morning, multiple days in a row. And that's just real dedication. We've come a long way in 18 months in the narrative, and I'm just very genuinely, without getting emotional, genuinely grateful for what you did.
Thank you.
And I won't reiterate all the talking points that the Councilman Colvett did, but it is true. When you've got 1,900 officers covering 350 square miles, it's tough. It's very, very tough. And I think we see movies and think technology works the way it does, but, you know, this isn't 24 or Jason Bourne. Like, we don't have drones in the sky tracking people down. It can be very serious circumstances. And so I thank you. I do want to move on quickly because I know that we've got a lot to accomplish today. One of the things that I think was difficult for the public and for me in particular was how we, and especially given the city's history, how our relationship, our MOU with TBI works as far as rape kit processing. So I'm going to ask a couple kind of lightning round questions, and it's going to be a longer conversation. We're not going to be able to accomplish all of this today, but we are going to have many conversations. At least I'm going to ask the chairwoman for that over the coming months, because we are coming into the General Assembly's legislative session, and it's going to require partnership. We are to a point where this city, not our officers, but this city from a resource standpoint cannot do it alone. So how many rape kits do we send on an annual basis, say over the last 2 years, in a normalized environment? How many do we think we send to the TBI lab?
Somewhere around 300 or 400.
300 or 400 cases. What percentage of those do we put a rush on?
The only time we put a rush on DA's office. That request has a signature also from the DA's office to say that this meets a criteria that we put a rush on it. I'd like to put a rush on all of our
That was my next question is, and I understand that litmus test. So what is the policy? Is it within the MOU? Is it a resource thing? Is it the TBI won't process it even if you make the request for a rush? Where is that breakdown to where, and again, I agree with you, Chief. You know, if I had the ability, I wouldn't tell somebody that your case does or doesn't require a rush. To the victim and the victims around them and the potential victims down the road, why aren't we rushing every case?
Absolutely. For us to take DNA evidence, forensics evidence, and follow up on a victim who has alleged that a rape occurred, we treat that particular incident just like we treat all of the other ones. That's a case that we will investigate thoroughly. I think the problem is that we have, we're just one cog in the wheel. TBI takes in not just our rape kit evidence, they take in all of our forensic evidence. And we are basically in line with the rest of the state waiting to receive those results. That case is not closed. We have had rape kit evidence or forensic evidence returned where there is a hit, where we're able to identify somebody, and that's when we move forward with prosecution. Individual could be indicted because of that additional evidence that literally solidifies that case.
I recognize, and I don't want you to throw your partner under the bus, and that's why I know this is going to be a longer conversation, but for my constituents and for anybody that's been the victim of a crime, they start to hear these conversations and they hear cog in the wheel in government, and it's just, I understand this isn't an episode of Law and Order SVU, that we don't have things in 30 minutes. But when you hear that somebody was able to be on the street for a period of 12 months and terrorize somebody when we had evidence that could have locked them away, it's very tough to stomach. And so you mentioned, again, COG. And so for me, the conversation that I want to have over the coming months as we go into the General Assembly's legislative session and reach out to our partners at the state and locally with the DA's office, right, and our judges, is what is the process as we adjudicate violent crimes from incident to evidence to bail to how that's set? Where somebody was a victim of a horrific violent crime and the perpetrator of that was either out on bail or could have been arrested for another incident, and they're just freely on the streets. And to be frankly honest, we talked about this when I first got on the council. Half or more of them are juveniles because they're treated like child soldiers. I mean, you look at Ezekiel Kelly and Cleotha Abson, both of them were in contact with the gang system at 11, 12, and 13. So I agree with my colleagues that Councilman Jones and I talked about this yesterday. We've got to do more with ACEs. And but the reality is that's going to require partnership with Shelby County, the state, and the federal government for more resources, both in policy and money. But I'm committed, as long as Chairwoman Logan is to continuing having this conversation, because most people have asked me what we can do, what they can do as an individual citizen, and what we can do as a council. And what I think we can do as a council is continue to spend every waking moment that we're up here on this dais keeping this conversation in the public. Because what happens is the news cycle will end and these violent crimes are still ongoing. And I know you two know that as well as anybody, and so do your police department, because you're the ones out there on the streets. And much like we had reckless driving and drag racing, astronomical arrest,
yes,
very low prosecutions. And so I want to figure out, and I think my colleagues do, is where on the justice system are we failing our citizens? And we've got to do that. And of course, I agree, and we've been saying this, and every one of my colleagues, Councilman Jones, Logan, Colvette, Warren, Councilwoman Dockery will, I'm sure, be there with us all the way down to Ford and Johnson. We all understand that it is not either or, it's both and. But we are a limited city with limited resources, and so we just need help with you and with the DA's office and with our partners and other agencies, how we identify where those gaps are and go and ask for the help that we need. And the last thing that I'll say, in the near term, and this is a serious question, we only have so many man hours. We talk about wards and precincts, and I know you're shifting around how we allocate actual bodies on the ground. But I'm to a point now where I don't want people to feel like there's an occupation, but to be frankly honest, no one has said that to me. As a matter of fact, most people have said, why don't I see a vehicle more often? So how do we and can we reach out to our partners at other agencies to help shore up for a short period of time, 2 to 4 weeks, to have more vehicles in and around? Like, have we reached out to the governor or the speaker's office to say, hey, for 2.5 weeks, we'd like 100 extra state highway patrolmen down here so that every 5 minutes I drive down, whether I'm on Elvis Presley Boulevard or Poplar Avenue, I see a police vehicle, a Memphis Police Department vehicle. I mean, where are we on showing that we will not succumb to these violent offenders and turn our streets over?
So I will say that we have a good relationship with Shelby County, especially over the last few weeks. Anytime we've requested the sheriff to provide resources, they've been there. But of course, you know, a one and done event or an operation just doesn't get it.
Right.
And I understand what you're saying. How do we sustain public safety in our city over an extended period of time until we get the levels of staffing that are ideal
Yes, ma'am.
for us to sustain that level of public safety on our own? We're not there yet. And of course, we're making progress, but we do need to have more conversations beyond the conversation that I have with various leaders. That conversation does need to be, you know, in Nashville. The mayor has met on a number of occasions with individuals that are lawmakers to help us with how do we get more resources to Memphis. I don't know another city in the state of Tennessee that is in greater need than the city of Memphis. But the burden of public safety rests on the Memphis Police Department. Our officers work more than 8 hours every day.
Yes, ma'am.
And I didn't mean for this to be.
No, I'm glad you are. I mean, I'm glad you're fighting for your officers, and I'm sure they appreciate it. I could not agree more with you. It is.
And they don't complain.
They have gone above and beyond in the most difficult times over the last 24 months through everything from adversity from their own citizens, from being told they're unappreciated and that they're an occupation force, to I hope to God they catch that guy because I'm hiding in the upstairs of my house with a gun and holding my 3 kids. And I think it's a testament to the fortitude of the Memphis Police Department's willingness to continually serve through very adverse circumstances. And I will do anything publicly or privately in my power to bring you the resources that you need. And I mean that very genuinely. And my biggest thing, you just said it, which is we're talking about hitting a number we know we're not going to hit that we need today. So what can we do? I'll let it go at that, Chairwoman. I know we've got to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. And I do want to say that we issues in terms of intervention and prevention. And so as we, colleagues, as we discuss it today, I do want to hear from my colleagues about what they're dealing with, what they've heard from constituents, and to put it forth if you have questions and your own commentary. But let's remember that everyone wants an opportunity to speak as well, and we're going to hear everybody before we begin formulating any type of direction. I do want to hear from them all. Next, we have Councilman Warren, and then Councilwoman Dockery, and then Councilman Jones. And
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I don't know if you remember, but I think it's maybe time to get an update, if possible, from administration on where we are with our GVIP program and what's happening as we're going with our group violence intervention program and where that is. Because you remember when we funded this, we stated it's going to take about a year to 2 years to get it up and running. I think we're beginning to actually get traction with that program now, and it is an intervention that is designed to go after these younger kids and stop them from getting into this cycle. And I was wondering, Chief or Chief McGowan, if you could possibly give us an update on where we are and how many people we've reached and what's going on with that program at this point. It's my understanding that we've got about 300 to 500 kids or people that are involved in most of these very violent acts, and I'm hoping that we can let our community know where we are trying to fight that.
Chief McGowan will probably give you a more in-depth or more surgical, report on GVIP, but I will say that the Memphis Police Department is in support of GVIP. We have dedicated resources to GVIP in the last several weeks, and we look forward to also seeing some positive results as well.
Chief, before you go, how many officers do you have on that violent interdiction group that's going after people who've actually committed murders that are in this group that you're looking at?
Right now, I believe we have 4 officers that are dedicated to that team.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you, Councilman. We'll get you some more specific data on the numbers of people served, but so the GVIP program is up and operating. It's not completely full yet. There's still one more piece. We have, if you recall, there's a street intervention piece. There's a hospital violence intervention piece. There's a piece at Le Bonheur Children's Hospital and a piece at the Regional 1. We have the street intervention. They have 50 street interventionists who are out there doing work. The Le Bonheur Children's Hospital is up and operating. The next piece is getting the Regional 1 hospital violence intervention on board. We have a staff of individuals who are actually working on GVIP every day. They are working with the police department. We do a shooter review every week. So any shooting that has occurred, there's been a shooting review that happens to find out where is the likely point of next retaliation, or where are the people that we know that are roughly involved in this so that we can intervene so that another shooting doesn't happen. Part of that is a custom notification. That's the next step. And the custom notification is where they identify an individual through the shooting review. They are contacted by a representative of GVIP. Then they are asked if they will meet with a member of the GVIP team, a member of police department, a member of social service agencies, and talk to them and say, we know what's happening. We know that you're involved. The message is that the shooting has to stop. And here are the alternatives for you if it doesn't. Here are the alternatives for you if it does. So they're doing custom notifications at the individual level. The next step is what and you recall this from the Thomas Apt book, Dr. Warren, is the community call-in, where we're bringing a larger group of individuals in, where we have the entire body of law enforcement, social service agencies. Our first large call-in is scheduled for next month. There will be a series of smaller level call-ins between now and then. That will be taking what was being done before with just the Department of Corrections and expanding that to other individuals in the community. So We are at the point where it's now up and running, and we should start seeing some results that we can report back to you. But putting all that machinery together to make it work is what we have been doing. Thanks to all of you, we have the funding in place to be able to make that happen. And last I recall, Don, maybe you'll remind me, I think we were just about 40 individuals that we had done custom notifications on, and that's a pretty laborious process to find the person, to get the people together, to get them to agree to meet, to go talk to them, and get them to agree to stop the shooting. So that's the best report top of head that I have for you, Dr. Warren. I'll get back to you with the total numbers of individuals, but we are underway. We have a staff that wakes up every day and does this. We're eager to get the Regional 1 portion off the ground. There was it was tough going to get that started during COVID, but now I think we're clear of that, and we should be able to get that contract signed very soon.
Thank you, Chief. I think colleagues remember that as this program works, its goal is a 10% reduction in murder a year. And we have a very high murder rate. So you're talking about 30 fewer murders a year and then 28 murders less a year. So we still are going to need to have our police department funded to the degree and staffed to the degree they need to help lower crime in other areas. But I thought citizens needed to know that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Dockery.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
I am going to, before I ask any questions, I want to thank you all, every last one of you. It is, a lot of people don't know this, is that I used to be a narcotic agent. So so sometimes I do know that the work gets unbearable. Here's a question for you. It was heartbreaking for me because I had just taken this seat. And a lot of the unnecessary crime happened in the district in which I represent. So now I have to take the time over the first question would be is to make our city move effectively and sufficiently. What would be the total number for us to make sure we have a moving police department where we're not stretched so far, where we can make sure we maintain in every area of this?
$500. And this is what the council agreed to authorize the Memphis Police Department to have 2,500 officers. As we evaluate our needs and calls for service, I'm certainly certain that the number has probably increased to some degree. As we look at the various demands on our, especially on our youth population, having proactive and preventive types of programs in place, to ensure that we have traffic enforcement, that number has probably changed because the demand has changed. Traffic issues have changed for us. Juvenile crime has changed for us. But today, 2,500 officers could help us to move in the right direction, that's for sure. But I think at some point in the near future, we probably need to conduct another assessment. But for right now, if I had 2,500 officers, we could make a market change in this city.
Okay, I thank you for that. My next question is, when we look at youth, that deals with juvenile, and based on what statistics say, our children are whom would be committing the most crimes right now. The accountability, I am a mother, And my sons are grown. However, I treated them a certain way. Accountability is very, very serious with me because I tend to think that sometimes when we don't hold the parent accountable, then that becomes a bigger problem. So even if the juvenile, and I'm piggybacking, let me just say that, but I am curious to know that a $50 fine for a parent to go, that's no money. And let me say why, because typically the people who are hanging in the streets and committing the crimes, they have the friends that they can come up with $1,000 or $50 or $100, which is not a penalty in my mind. However, I am so willing to extend all of me to make sure that we fix this situation, because this situation exceeds more than what we see right now. It won't get any better. I know people don't feel like children. Growing up, I was told children are to be seen and not heard. But the children now feel as though they're demanding to be heard. There has to be a situation where we can come to an agreement somewhere. And I say that meaning, can we sit down with the youth at this point? We need to sit down with them and we need to ask them what is going on. And it's not a voluntary thing. This is something that needs to be mandated at this point, because they're showing us that what we think and how we feel, they should not be running a city. And right now, based on this past week and the week before, they're moving in a way in which is not safe. So I would really, and that was not a question, that was more so like a question and a statement at the same time. But even if we had to look at that parental-wise, every parent should be held accountable if that child is under the age of 18.
I would agree with that. I have a meeting this afternoon with Judge Sugarman, and he and I have been looking forward to having an opportunity to sit down and really talk about how we work together to address some of the issues that we see. Path forward so that we can all work on a strategic plan that helps to close some of the gaps, whether it's truancy gaps, whether it's curfew gaps, whether it's giving our young people the referrals they need for mental illness and behavioral issues. There are a number of problems that don't fall within the realm of the Memphis Police Department, but we're willing to go to the table and really talk about how do we hold parents accountable. If I bring your child back to your house, are you going to be there to receive them? If I pick up your child on Beale Street at 3 o'clock in the morning, is it a $50 fine on the third time? Or is it a fine at all? Will it be dismissed? These are the frustrations that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. The consequences have to correct the problem. If the consequences aren't correcting the problem, it's no point in even having the
Memphis, along with, well, the TBI in Jackson, they process not only Memphis and Shelby County. Is that all of West Tennessee? Is that all of the state? I don't know how that works. Are you aware?
just West Tennessee.
Just West Tennessee.
Just West Tennessee, yes.
So my question is then, would it be feasible, because Memphis probably represents the most, would it be feasible for Memphis and perhaps Shelby County, this could be a joint thing, or Shelby County government to perhaps have its own forensic where they can process DNA? I don't know what that cost would be, but if we are the county that's sending the most to the state, we would have a little bit more control over the processing of these things if we brought that in-house or brought that to the county level. Has that been looked at or discussed?
Absolutely. Ideally, yes. We know that we probably send the TBI more volume than myriad of services that the TBI provides for the Memphis Police Department. So ideally, it would be, the perfect solution to have our own dedicated type of, center. However, I know that's beyond, the scope of what I could ask for. But we have also used other private laboratories to process, especially when we have volumes of forensic evidence that needs to be processed. We also contract out. There are other labs that we send evidence to as well.
So, well, I would push back to basically say if this is a law enforcement issue, if we're looking to solve things, then it could be within your purview coming to this body and saying, hey, council, we send this much to West Tennessee on behalf of TBI, but we probably can do a better job of doing our jobs if we didn't have to wait on TBI and have to get behind Gibson County, Crockett County, whatever, Dyer County, in order to process these things. And
Absolutely.
so, it's going to take us a time to get to 2,500, but in the meantime, if processing these, whether it's rape kits or other DNA, could get somebody off the street sooner before we get to that 2,500. It could be 2030 before we get to 2,500.
Absolutely.
But we probably can't, I don't know the logistics. I'm looking at this from 30,000 feet. We probably can get there along those lines. So I would say, I don't know who you would have to go to in order for us to ramp things up, but I would be the first one. I've provided pushback on the number of officers, but I would provide any pushback on this, knowing that we send more to TBI than any other jurisdiction here. My second one is the incident that took place Wednesday with the shooting. There was an ask at one time, but I think that it was tabled, and this was before your leadership, that we were looking to add more air support. I don't know if that would have helped in this incident. I think this might have been under Chief Rollins that there was an ask for additional air support. Is that something that would be helpful for MPD?
We could always use additional aircraft. For this particular event, our aircraft served us quite well. If this was an event that had more than one suspect, then we probably would have needed an additional aircraft that was able to and had the technology in order to help track that suspect. We had a debriefing on yesterday, and our debriefing, which is typically called a hot wash debriefing with all of the agencies that participated, just to really talk about what are the needs for the Memphis Police Department, what we did well, what could we improve upon, what equipment gaps existed, and we did talk about aviation and some of the software that's needed. Thank you, appreciate that.
Okay. And colleagues, we just concluded our Parks Committee. And so when we talk about activities for young people to keep them keep them on the right track, I go back to my time umpteen years ago growing up here. There were more activities for children to do in this community. And Councilman Covett, I just mentioned this to him, whispered to him a second ago. I said, when he made the comment about looking at things on parallel tracks or walking and chew gum at the same time, that's the first time I've heard that from you.
Yes, sir.
So from that standpoint, we're going to have to do that. But what this also is begging too, that young man had to have had some unaddressed mental issues, because nobody just wakes up and says, I'm going to go out and terrorize this city like this. And so this begs the question too, what are we doing? This is not just the Memphis issue. This is not just the Shelby County issue. This is a state and almost a federal when it comes to those resources, to address those issues. Going back to our schools, how can there, we need to have more discussions about more resources in order to do that. But I still would, I'm serving on, and there was the first meeting yesterday of Judge Sugarman's task force to address this. One of the things that he talked about was if you have a juvenile who is on the cusp of being an adult, perhaps making sure that they're blended sentences. You may have a young person who does something at the age of 16 and they may be out of the juvenile system at 18. However, there are some instances where it is going to extend beyond what would be the age of 18, making sure we have adequate resources to do that. And so this is going to be a long discussion that we're having. I think all of us, as we're hearing one another, we're thinking about some issues. And, when you pick up somebody and take them home and mama's not there, it's because she got two jobs, because we're not requiring somebody to get incentives to pay a living wage. So it's a total conversation that we have to have from a societal, from a Memphis issue to address this. And we're just going to have to operate on parallel paths and think outside the box on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll echo the sentiments of my colleagues, from all of our men and women in blue to Shelby County, TBI, FBI, U.S. Marshals, ATF, everyone that did this amazing work, not only over the last 2 weeks, but what you do on a daily basis. You should be commended every day, because you truly are heroes. And I know you're beat down, and I know you're tired, but know that you have our support. And listening and talking to people over the last few days, you have the community's support. And we could never do enough to thank you for everything that you do. That being said, that, we've talked about that there's no one magic answer to this problem, because if there was, we would do that, right? Absolutely. This has to be a multi-pronged approach, as we've spoken about. And this is a time that we have to come together, because the Memphis city government can't face this and fix this problem alone. We have to partner with Shelby County government, with Memphis Shelby County schools, and with a lot of concerned citizens. I've had a lot of people reach out to me over the last few days and last 2 weeks asking what can they do. And I think that there's stuff that we can do as a body to bring awareness, because we really do have some great organizations out there that take in youth from an early age to get them and keep them on the right track. And if they do mess up, that they get them back on the right track and keep them engaged and involved. And I think that is as much needed as stiff penalties for those violent offenders and those that continue to break the law. I think we can do both at the same time. And if you ask our officers, one of the most frustrating things to them, and a real morale killer, is they arrest males and females and they see them back out on the streets a couple of weeks later and they're arresting them again. So we on this body, we've talked a lot about transparency, and we ask all of the public to hold us accountable. I certainly want to. I think all 13 of us. And if you are in an elected position and you are in any form of government, feel the weight of this and feel responsible to a certain degree. And we wish so badly that we could make a change and that this had never happened. But we almost need, and I'll come back to this body with more, but we need a group or a committee that watches from when an arrest is made to when the charges are filed, if a plea deal is cut, to if they serve their full term or if they get out early. I think the general public needs to know that. If you have someone that intentionally was charged with first-degree attempted murder, that means they intended to kill those people. Thank God that they lived. But when a plea deal is cut and someone is out of jail early, I think that the general public needs to know that, because that helps hold everybody accountable. And then I think that, and Councilman Jones and I did a spot on this, and a part of the bigger picture with the Office of Reentry is, even with truth in sentencing, which I agree 100% with, for some of these, there is a time when that person is going to get out of jail. And to just open up and let them out and think that, oh, they'll go make the right decisions now, that's foolish. And so what can we do? How can we bolster that program to help those people figure out a way to navigate life rather than just expect that they've served their time, we're going to let them out, and we expect them to reintegrate into society and make the right decisions? I think that's very naive. And as we are all frustrated and saddened by the last 2 weeks, I think as we move forward, this is not a time to lay down and accept what we have become, but is a time for all of us to really stand up, lock arms, and fight this together. The criminals want us to lay down. They want us to accept this. They want people to say, you know what, I've had enough. I'm leaving the city. But we can't do that. And this is about justice for everybody. So there was a horrific couple of weeks. But this goes back to victims that were weeks and months and years ago, that we are trying to right wrongs that were committed to them as well. So I will say this: I'm committed to do whatever it takes as far as working together, funding, support, spending time with youth. We had a message at church on Sunday, and it can be a hard question, but you ask everyone in the city, how much time do you spend giving back to your city? And that's not saying that you have to devote your life to it and spend hours and hours every week, but do you spend an hour a month? Do you spend an hour every 6 months? And I know that there are good people out there that really do want to help make a difference. And I think that we, as a body, because we do have the inside track to some of these organizations, can shine a light, and it can be intimidating that, well, I want to help out, but how do I get there? How do I get started? I don't even know who to call. But I would go read to a child once a week, or I would go volunteer with one of these organizations. And I think that if you got even a small portion of the city, and I'm talking across racial lines and economic lines, to come together and say, we're in this together, and we're going to take care of our youth, and we're going to figure out a way to keep them on the right track, because we can't assume that all of our kids get what they need from a loving household every day. So there's a lot of work to be done. I will promise to be committed to do whatever it takes. And again, thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Johnson, and then we have Councilwoman Michael and Easter Thomas on virtually.
Good morning. Good morning. First to have to learn or figure out some type of way how to get individuals who are aware of these individuals who need help, or need to be sent in a different direction. How can we convince them to come forward and share that information with us? Parents know. where they're directly affecting the kids. And if we could maybe slow that down, that would help a lot. But it's nothing more I can say. I just say that we should continue to stand up. The city of Memphis has a tendency when problems exist to back and pretend that it didn't exist. But we do need to stand up and come forward and try to help and assist everyone in the situation. Personally, I am committed to do whatever I can do to make a difference in this situation. And we just say to all the citizens, please work together. Keep your eyes open, ears, and when it's something that they know, have them to contact you, the police department. Maybe it's a special number that you can assure the citizens that this information will be received.
Messaging to various populations. This conversation came up this week about what systems we could use in order to send mass messaging to our population at large, very similar to an Amber Alert that the state has. We used several different platforms to get messaging out. We sent messages to all public safety personnel who were responding, whether it was fire. We didn't want them to respond to various types of injuries and not know that there was a suspect out there, an individual out there. But we also sent messaging to all city employees, those that were working. We used the media as well. We felt like the media could get a message out to shelter in place. Right now, we're looking at a system that the leadership team is evaluating called Everbridge. Everbridge is used by, many different cities to push out emergency messaging. Our communications department, 911, has a system called Red Alert, I believe it is, or Code Red. Called Code Red as well, where they can send messages to the general public as well. So what we need one system that if there is a situation where we want the entire public to know, whether it's our employees, whether it's someone sitting at home, we want to send a message that says shelter in place or whatever that message is, instead of sending out messages on different platforms.
Michael and Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chief Davis.
Good morning.
Thank you all. The sentiments of all of my colleagues, and I'm just glad that I've chosen to serve our choices by November, it said. And then also, second question, with the Sentinel camera program, if the funds are there, are additional cameras able to be purchased and put up, or are they not?
Let me answer her. I want to answer your last question first, and then I'll have Assistant Chief Crow answer the rest of that. The last piece, as far as funding is concerned for cameras, right now we are looking to establish an MOU, working with the law department, to not just purchase additional cameras around the city, but to also integrate private sector cameras on the exterior of buildings. I can't reiterate enough how important it was for us to have video footage during this recent crisis. And the more cameras we're able to access, the quicker we are able to mitigate situations such as last week. That was key evidence, key and critical evidence through video recordings that helped us move quickly through this crisis. So to answer your question, we plan to expand our video footprint throughout the city. And we're working with the law department to ensure that we're not infringing upon anyone's personal rights or anything. These are just exterior cameras that we need in order to monitor and manage various types of situations in the city. And we'll answer the first part of your question.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, this is Don Crow. When we talk about Sentinel 6 will be identical to Sentinel 5. Now, if you remember previous editions, of Sentinel 1 through 4, each single member council district got 10 cameras. Starting with Sentinel 5 and continuing into Sentinel 6, each single member council district will get 12 cameras instead of the 10, but they have to be clustered together in groups of 4. And so what we're doing is having the cameras share connectivity rather than individual connectivity. So that's why it's able to be 12 cameras instead of 10. So 12 cameras, but they have to be 3 clusters of 4 together. When you talk about additional funds available to buy cameras, our contract to purchase cameras has expired. So before we purchase any cameras beyond Sentinel 6, we'll have to do a new RFP. And overall, our camera team wants to look at a whole new camera solution. So we've pretty much bought the same camera system for the last 10 years. So buying continued cameras like that would be like buying additional iPhone 6s and hanging them up on a pole. So as we complete Sentinel 6 and look ahead to Sentinel 7, we want to look at new equipment, new solutions, and that's why it'll go out for a bid.
Thank you. Thank you both. That answered both questions well. Thank you all.
All right. I had a question about that as well.
6 was, Sentinel 5 rather, was delayed by 2 things. One was just the industry not able to build and install cameras. Crime Center, the Crime Analysis Unit is going to provide you some data for your districts and then sit down with you. Our goal is to get the locations for Sentinel 6 by November 15th.
Okay, so 5 was for last year and 6 is for this year.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, go ahead. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. One question, you mentioned solutions, and I think that's important because we at One Beal have had conversations with the police department about a private sector solution that technology can deliver. And is there any information that you could begin to provide perhaps for those people that are business owners or about to open a business, maybe building a building, and they're thinking about the the things they can do, because if that information would get out there to contractors or to these subcontractors, I would hate for someone to just put a building up and then 12 months later, you guys say, hey, you're actually missing the software patch that they would have known, because I think that for me is a great public-private sector solution where, you know, again, around the Hyatt, we've got cameras that you guys can dial into. But we put in the hardware and the software and you guys can patch in, I think is incredible.
And that's a very good comment question. We are absolutely doing that. We've been working on this project for several months now, just looking ahead and how we partner with private sector business.
Business owners ask us about it, and we're interested in it. And so I really do look forward to that, because I think that is going to vastly accelerate our ability.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
And I did want to note that Councilman Covett he so graciously allowed us to use more time, because this is such an important conversation and timely conversation. And we're going to, as my colleagues have said, we're going to be addressing this and dealing with this for as long as we need to in this committee, and want the public to know that, and want more of the public. So let's let our constituents know as well to tune in.
Historically, and some of the conversations that we've had in recent weeks about how we address truancy.
So forgive me that I'm not completely up to speed on it, but my understanding is there's one truancy center open. It's in Ridgeway Station. Now, what happens to the student once they're brought to the truancy center, I just do not have knowledge of. That would be the responsibility of the truancy center, not the Memphis Police Department.
So once you all bring them to the center, that's it for what you do? Okay. And there's one, where did you say that was located?
Forgive me, I can't remember the address of it, but it's in our Ridgeway Station.
Ridgeway Station?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you walk me through, as you know, I'm very interested in the curfew and minor curfew violations. Could you walk me through the current MPD policy and what typically happens if a minor is stopped for curfew violation? Go ahead.
Absolutely, and I always have to give you the historical perspective. So years ago, when we located a juvenile out violation of curfew, we took that juvenile to juvenile court. Juvenile court would be responsible for contacting the parent or legal guardian and having the child picked up. Juvenile court no longer accepts that, so we have to call juvenile court before they'll accept any transport, and they go through a scoring system. And typically juveniles on curfew violation do not meet the scoring system to be accepted as a transport. So now the officer that has located that juvenile is responsible for contacting the juvenile's parents. Best case scenario, the parents would come and pick the juvenile up. But if we cannot contact the parents will not come pick up the juvenile, then the Memphis police officer is responsible for that child until we can reconnect them with the parent.
It can be hours.
It could be hours.
Okay. What are the minors where are the minors who are in violation being brought to if they don't have ID or a parent or guardian cannot be located? What do you do with them at that point?
Take those two. So those minors, those juveniles, stay with that officer until that officer can connect with the parent. Whether that's driving the juvenile to the parent's home and making sure the parent is home and accepts the juvenile into the house, we cannot just drop that juvenile off anywhere. We have to connect that juvenile with the legal guardian or parent.
Okay. And I want to know if you can include data on how many issuances of summons related to curfew violation there have been, and add that to the crime update that you give us each week, as well as the statistics that show juvenile crime and victimization as part of the monthly updates too, if you could add those things to that. I believe there is, and you let me know if this is correct, there's an MOU between MPD and Shelby County Community Services Agency and Family Resource Center as a place to refer youth and families for certain offenses. Is that still accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Once they get there or after that process, you would be open to adding it to the list. Okay, okay, great. All right, we're going to move to item number 3, and in light of the information that you shared, because we don't want to just add things and just, put forth resolutions. We definitely want to have a holistic approach and make certain that it's informed. So I do have a resolution requesting Memphis Police to strongly enforce the curfew and put forth curfews that are already set in motion, and penalty for violation provision of the Child Curfew Act of 1995. However, I do want to hold that for 2 weeks to be in light of information that we've received today, concerning, because we just don't want to pick them up, but we want them to be taken to a place that is safe and that can offer additional support and help and needs assessment. And so we'll bring that forth in a couple of weeks. And if you could add this information, we will do that. We appreciate everyone's patience in the media and general public as we open up this conversation and talk about it as leaders. That's what's expected. Everyone wants answers and solutions, and that's a part of our job here and our task. And we thank you all for everything that going to as I said, we'll move that to next 2 weeks. We're going to open up for the number 4, the 4th item on the list. But before we go there, Councilman Ford, you wanted to speak on this. Go ahead.
I appreciate you holding that for 2 weeks. Chief, Mobile, Alabama has a curfew in place. I would like, within the next 2 weeks, contact them, see what they are doing. Because if you go to Mobile, they have signed everything else. They know, hey, curfew. There's a curfew for a certain age. So see what they're using and then bring it back within that 2 weeks. I think that may help us out. And that has kind of quieted Mobile down a little bit. So please check with them and see what's going on. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. There are a number of cities that are doing that, and that's what, we definitely want to include in the resolution. There are cities that have curfew centers that actually that have helped a lot. So we'll be including that in the resolution and talking to you before the next meeting regarding that, so we can make sure we come back with something that is holistic. The last item is a resolution requesting immediate and substantial assistance from the State Highway Patrol and Shelby County Sheriff's Office for strategic surveillance of major intersections to allow for increased neighborhood patrol by Memphis Police Department, all council districts, and it is sponsored by myself. I'd like to move this item. Is there a second for discussion? All righty. I'm going to read it for your hearing. Resolution requested immediate and substantial assistance from the State Highway Patrol and Shelby County Sheriff's Office for strategic surveillance of major intersections to allow for increased neighborhood patrol by Memphis Police Department, whereas the city of Memphis has been devastated by continued violence in our communities, and whereas in 2020, Memphis City Council resolution set the complement for the Memphis Police Department at 2,500 officers, a number still evading the department, even with substantial financial incentives offered through hiring and retention bonuses. The lagging complement has resulted in the city again retaining the service is required to help the Memphis Police Department focus on increasing community policing in our neighborhoods. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council requests immediate and substantial additional assistance from the State Highway Patrol and Sheriff's Office for strategic surveillance of major intersections to allow for increased neighborhood patrol by the Memphis Police Department, the health, welfare, and the safety of the city requiring it. And I so move. Oh, we already seconded. Want to open up for comment from colleagues and input. Councilman Councilman Carlisle, I'm sorry. I know I always do this to you guys.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I appreciate this. I know that we made a request to the state, the governor, in his, I think it was in the supplemental budget, but we have funding for additional 20 officers. But this goes back to more of my point earlier. I mean, I would rather be more specific. I mean, it's a request. We'll see what they do.
Friendly amendments are.
Yeah, I mean, part of me wants to say, we want no less than 50 officers for a period of no less than 6 weeks. And again, I say that because I want it to get up to the governor's office, and I know, or at least I believe the mayor is trying to have those conversations, but we need a short-term triage of officers, and I really don't care what it costs. We have a $2 billion surplus in the state's budget. Whatever our request is a drop in the bucket. To Dr. Warren's point, when you look at, Doc, what was our book?
Bleeding out.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
But when you look at bleeding out and you look at the economic impact of these things, like this is a drop in the bucket. Councilman Canale touched on it. The idea that people are thinking about leaving the city of Memphis in droves now, even though we're contesting that we've had a growth, is a problem. We have major employers that have had work from home that are now trying to tell people that they want to return to office, and people are saying, you want me to leave my home from this location to come back in the city of Memphis? We need an immediate intervention. So, Councilwoman Logan, if you wouldn't mind, and I'll get you a red line and we can fix it later.
Absolutely.
But what I would say is in the now therefore be resolved for strategic intervention, and I would cut surveillance of major intersections. I'd say strategic intervention to allow increased neighborhood patrol and manning in conjunction with our police department, and that our request instead of saying substantial additional assistance is immediate assistance of no less than 50 state highway patrol officers for a period of no less than 6 weeks. so that people feel the trust there. Because at this point, when it comes to interactions with police, I really don't have any patience for that rhetoric. That time has come and gone. So I'm happy to get Liza to clean this up by today, and we can do it as amended later so you can read it. But that would be the amendment that I'll say I'll bring it either in executive or to the floor later for you to consider, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
With that, I yield.
Friendly amendment received. Councilman Jones.
Madam Chair. You know, I've long said that Memphis being the largest municipality in Shelby County, I've wondered why there hasn't been more patrol of Shelby County sheriffs. We fund a majority of their budget as Memphians when we pay our Shelby County taxes. So seeing something like this, I think, would be a welcome compliment. I hope that it appears to me, just from the outside looking in, that our director as well as our sheriff have a good working relationship, and I hope that some type of understanding can come from this resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any other colleagues? Councilwoman Johnson.
Clarity. Have we not requested this information already? Requested this assistance from the governor?
I think our request was more directed towards our interstates. And if this resolution is sort of mirroring that, maybe this request coming from the council is a different type of request from a different body. But there have been several discussions with the state, with the colonel over the Tennessee Highway Patrol, that we need more presence on our interstates to free up our officers to do just that, to patrol the city streets and neighborhoods.
Okay. I thought I heard where they had committed to 100 officers to come down.
Just to clarify, thank you. There are state streets and roads within our city limits that they can patrol. And, you know, that would help to relieve. I know in District 1, you know, we kind of took that approach. In Cordova, there was a lot going on, and so Chief Davis and Sheriff Bonner, they came together and kind of did an uptick in the patrol on Germantown Parkway, and it helped. So, you know, there are opportunities. Anything at this point that we can do to assist them is what we want to do until they get to that complement. So these are just, you know, innovative ways to come together as a community. Like we're here in Shelby County, so we, you know, we need everybody as well as Highway Patrol, and as Carlisle said earlier, you know, as we, our colleagues, you know, prepare for the next session, we want to make certain that this is top of mind for them as well, that we need all the resources here for that reason.
And to answer your question, Councilwoman, so the governor, and I think I'm right about this, but I've been wrong many times before, but there was for an additional 100 officers in the state's budget for the state, 25 of which would be dedicated to our area, our region.
Okay, but that would be full-time for a year, if I remember correctly.
My understanding is that those 25, the 100 officers were, much like our police force, was to increase their state complement, and those 25 would be permanent hires, assuming funding stayed
Okay,
constant.
thank you. Well, under those circumstances, I too support what Councilman Jones says. I think the Sheriff's Department may be available to step up and help in those situations, since we're not talking about major intersection. I was thinking you were talking about exits and things like that on the expressway, but you're talking about major streets like Poplar,
in addition to those major intersections. So would anyone like to be added as co-sponsor?
I do, Cheyenne.
Okay. Is there anyone opposed to being, okay, we want to add everybody as a co-sponsor. And let's take a voice vote at this time. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The item passes. Seeing no further business before this committee, we are hereby adjourned. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. It's the Housing and Community Development Committee. Can I go ahead and get a roll call vote? Roll call.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canale. Councilwoman Dockery. Here. Councilman Warren. Here. Councilwoman Logan. Present. And Chair Colvett.
I am here. Chair observes a quorum. We have 2 action items on our agenda. Let's hit item number 2 is a resolution approving proposed consolidation plan FY23 annual action plan appropriating federal entitlement funds in the amount of $13,845,328 to FY23 housing community development budget. All council districts requested by the administration. Can I get a motion or second?
Second.
Moved by Canale, seconded by Doc. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, I assume you're ready for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. Opinion of the chair, it's unanimous. Passes. Let's go to item 1. It's an update on ARPA home assistance from Habitat for Humanity. All council districts requested by Councilman Ford. Who's going to present for us today?
Hey, Council. Partner in helping to try to straighten out some of the kinks and help us deliver on this program. We have also worked with, or in progress of working with the Works and Share the Pennies, and plan to have an update to you all at the end of the upcoming quarter, which is starting October 1. So we'll have an update in about 3 months or so, if that's okay. We know that Habitat has we've referred about 123 clients to them, and we've got 80 in some phase of assessment where inspectors are looking at their house and verifying and talking with homeowners about repairs that are needed and that can be done, scope signing where they have agreed to that, and then work underway, which I know Julie will talk a little bit about, but also talk generally about the Aging in Place program. And then for the Works, we have referred about 64 clients. I think all of those clients are in what I would consider like intake phase right now, where they're reviewing income documents and that sort of thing. With that, Julie, if I can turn it over to you.
Good morning. I'm Julie Romine, 5581 Timmons, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119. And first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here and for this funding, and also for your diligence in overseeing this funding. I'm going to share just a little bit about Habitat for Humanity, and then Shannon Morgan, our Aging in Place Program Director, will provide more detail on how we're utilizing the ARPA funding. Memphis Habitat was established in 1983, and since then, we have provided 570, we're rapidly approaching 600 affordable mortgages for first-time home buyers that earn below 80% of the area median income. And we launched our Aging in Place program in 2015, and since that time, we've performed over 1,000 home critical repairs and accessibility modifications for older adult homeowners in the Memphis area. In addition to providing these life-changing interventions, we also have a huge fiscal impact to the local economy. Dr. Stephen Redding, a local economist, performed an economic impact study for us in 2019 and revealed that since our inception, we've had a cumulative economic impact in Memphis of over $300 million. Annually, we contribute $23.9 million impact to the economy, and for every dollar that Habitat expends, that turns over 2.3 times in the local economy. And our annual successive rounds of spending contribute over $12.6 million to the local economy. Our Aging in Place program provides repairs and modifications to qualified homeowners age 60 and older and who earn below 50 to 80% of the area median income, depending on the funding source, who all have a need for accessibility modifications and or critical home repairs. We focus on making the homes safe and accessible so that they can continue living in their homes. The AIP impact specifically since 2015, we see a return on those dollars 3.3 times that investment. And again, Dr. Redding came up with these findings, almost $1 million in utility savings for the homeowners who are living on very low incomes, preserving the neighborhood stability and blight-related services, reduced admissions to long-term care facility for each person that is able to stay in their home because it is accessible and safe. We're saving anywhere from $60,000 to $90,000 annually per person. Another way that we are saving dollars is through fall prevention, which is a very costly and personally devastating injury to our older adults. And this is just based on 500 clients from 2019, and since then we have served an additional. Just in the past 4.5 years, we've put together a chart by zip code of Memphis families that we have served. We have secured over $7.5 million in total funding, and our sincere thanks to Memphis for providing $200,000 through the Memphis Housing Trust program and $900,000 through HCD through the federal community development block grants. Habitat has secured an additional $6.3 million from private sources. The vast majority, well over $6 million of those dollars, are from outside Memphis that would not have come to Memphis had we not secured those dollars. All of those dollars are invested in helping improve the lives of our Memphians and your constituents. As you can see from the chart, the areas where we receive the most requests for services and where we have invested the most dollars are the 38109, 38114, and 38106 zip code areas, where we've invested more than $3.2 million in the past 4.5 years. And at this time, I am going to pass it on to my colleague, Shannon Morgan.
Good morning. My name's Shannon Morgan, 1958 Corbin Road, Germantown, Tennessee, 38139. We very much want to thank you for this ARPA funding that we have recently received. As you well know, it's $2.5 million. $1 million of those dollars will be going to individuals that are 62 years of age or above. The other $1.5 million is going to go to individuals that are basically below the age of 60 and own their own home. We are expecting a tremendous amount of interest generated with that population because there's not many funds that have been available to them in the past. So we think we'll have an overwhelming number of applicants coming in. So we're really trying to focus on how are we going to recruit them and how will that process work. We are hoping to get that started probably in early 2023 so we can reach out to those clients and get the project started. As you know, any grant program comes with eligibility requirements. We have worked with Mrs. Cash's office on setting those. Of course, it's always income related. Do they own their own home and live in that home full time? Are their taxes up to date? Different things like that, which we have listed on the screen. One good thing about this grant is that it is at an 80% AMI. Many of ours are only at a 60%. So I think we're going to be able to reach some of those clients that we've had to deny in the past because they did not hit on that requirement. So we're going to be able to bring some of them back in and provide the much needed services that they are needing. Next, you will see we have received, like Ms. Cash also said, 125 referrals from the council to this point. Many of them are at different stages. Unfortunately, we've had to deny 67 of them because they did not meet the requirements, but the other 58 we're actively working with and hope to move those to home assessment and scope signing in the very near future. The type of work that we cover is anything that is an accessibility or a critical repair. As most of you know, the housing stock in Memphis is pretty old. Most of them are requiring new roofs, so that's one of the largest things that we do. The good thing is we don't do roof repairs, we do roof replacements. So we're going to take that roof all the way down to the wood, replace any wood that needs to be done, and then come back on with shingles. Unfortunately, most of the roofs we encounter literally have 3-4 layers. So this is a much needed thing for our seniors. If you look at their income compared to what a roof replacement is in this time, that's their entire Social Security check for the year. So this is a much needed service for the individuals that we are serving. We also do a lot of floor repair because if those roofs have been leaking for that many years, those older floors are starting to give way to them and it's a tripping hazard. We do a lot of bathroom modifications where we go in and place the higher level toilet, grab bars, and then we also do a lot of roll-in showers where we're pulling that bathtub just to make it safe so they can then bathe. Things that we don't cover is we don't do any cosmetic type things. We don't come in and paint. We don't replace kitchen cabinets. We'll only replace in the kitchen a cabinet if, say, it's the sink area where that cabinet has been leaking for a long time. And when our guys go in to fix those leaks, that cabinet is starting to give way. So we will come back with that one cabinet, but that her email address here. If any of the council has any other referrals they want to make to us, we will be more than happy to take those. The only thing we really need from y'all is a name, an address, and a phone number. Everything from there, we'll research and find those clients and see what we can do to help them out. So at this time, I'll turn it over for any questions y'all might have.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Question, Council Lady Johnson?
Yes, you said the property cannot have any liens. Are you talking about a mortgage?
Any type of lien that, like if their taxes are unpaid, lots of times we'll see that as in a tax sale. We're mainly looking to make sure that their taxes are up to date and that their mortgage is up to date. We will try to work with them if the taxes are only a little bit overdue. Unfortunately, some of these clients we encounter, they're 5, 6, 7
I understand, but you had liens. That's what got my attention. Plus you had taxes, current taxes. So I wanted to make sure a person with a mortgage could still qualify. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Council Lady?
Thank you, Chair. My biggest question, I guess, is because I would like Ms. Cash for all of your help on yesterday. how do we make this accessible for all of our constituents? And how can we as councilmen or councilwomen do what we have to do to make sure we get it out to throughout our districts?
We share anytime we're getting ready to do an application drive, we push that information out to all the local government agencies and all the local social services agencies. Plus, we also do our best to get it out to any churches in the area to share that information. Once that client gets into us, we have social workers on staff. We go to the home and obtain paperwork that we might need. We will assist them in making those phone calls to their mortgage company to let them know what they might need to provide. We're on the phone with them with the Social Security office so they know what to request. Any applicant that makes it into us, we absolutely want to get them qualified.
Yes, ma'am.
Unfortunately, we run about a 50 to 60% denial rate. I would love for that to be much, much lower because, you know, I could probably reduce staff people if we didn't have to touch that many clients to get to the ones that we actually need to serve. The sad thing is, every time we have a call in, there are way more applicants out there than we're capable of serving.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
that's the sad thing about our community is we're never going to run out of individuals to serve. I would be someone came up and said, we're going to have to shut the door to Habitat because everyone has a safe place to live.
Yes, ma'am.
But unfortunately,
Good morning. It is approximately 11:27, and I call to order the Planning and Zoning Committee. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Dockery. Here. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Ford. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilman Canali. Here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
All right. Councilman Covette.
Here.
Chair Johnson.
Present. We have 4 items that we need to address this morning. The first one being a SAC 22-03, a Haddon Street closure for District 6, Super District 8. May I have someone move it? Moved by Warren, second by Jones. May I have a presentation by a representative from the Planning and Development? Name, please.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. Brett Davis with Planning and Development. This is case SAC 22-3, I'll give just a brief presentation on it. This is a request for the physical closure and vacation of the Haddon Street right-of-way between BB King and GE Patterson. The applicant is KRN Development, and the total area of the right-of-way to be closed is approximately 0.3 acres. This street is located in the South Main neighborhood. Here is an aerial photograph showing in green the right-of-way to be closed. In blue is highlighted the two sites of the adjacent Butler Road development with which this right-of-way closure is associated. Here is a photograph of Haddon Street. On the left is a map showing the right-of-way to be closed, and on the right is a site plan showing what would happen with that land. So in light blue, the northern part of the right-of-way is designated to become a pedestrian plaza, and the southern portion would become a driveway serving these stores to the west. This site plan also shows the Butler Road development with what we'll see some renderings of on the next slide here. The Board of Adjustment did approve for, in two separate cases on either side, a density variance increasing the allowed density associated with this project, which is a proposed from Butler and contribute to the design goals of the adjacent development without impairing connectivity. So we and the Land Use Control Board are recommending approval. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Really excited about this project. Very exciting. I hope all the interiors match the exterior renders as far as quality. What is, and I love seeing them, not knowing everything about this project, I love seeing the pedestrian plaza. What is the landscaping lighting package going to look like on the pedestrian plaza? And what is the, is this under pilot, right? So you guys are going to go to the DRB back? Okay. Because my big question for you guys, and I'll let the DRB handle it then, is what people will see if they're walking or pulling off the street, like between basically where you're putting a dumpster, which I have a little concern about you guys backing the dumpster up to where you want a pedestrian plaza, but it's your project, not mine. But now that I remember you guys are going to go to the DRB, that's my big thing, is just to make sure that those facades are attractive looking. If you're gonna create that kind of architectural movement, that it looks good and that it's well lit. But again, I'll let you guys, if you want to speak to it, that'd be great. If not, it's really not my purview.
Absolutely.
One second, sir. 1 second. Brett, did y'all address that during the discussion, the landscaping?
To figure that piece out, but just from it looks great on paper. Sometimes you wish you'd have already thought that once you put it somewhere. But if you'll just address that landscaping, lighting, what you guys really intend to do, so that as you get deeded this piece of property, we understand that what people are going to see from 3rd Street, which is important. We're trying to clean a lot of that up. All right.
Councilman Carlisle, are you asking them to address it now, or once they get back with planning and development, in order for them to sit down and talk about it and get it approved as well?
I think Councilman Ford's interested to hear it now. Councilman Ford, just a brief explanation, if you don't mind.
Identify yourself and address, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Brenda Salamito, Baser, Salamito, Land Planning, 1779 Kirby Parkway, Memphis. Thank you very much. To address the bigger, broader picture, the process for which this will go through will have to go through administrative site plan approval and also through code enforcement. So those two levels, but all of it will be worked out prior to those submittals. To answer your question about what will this look like and how will it be addressed, I think on our renderings and everything, we've conceptually shown bollard lighting, the lower level lighting safe for pedestrians. There will not be any upper level lighting except for, any existing street lights that are there. Then the landscaping package will also be a combination of street trees and planters all along here. And wherever feasible, the dumpsters will be taken care of internal to the site because the buildings will be pushed up to the street. So when there's adequate maneuverability inside the development, to have that taken care of on the inside where the garbage trucks can pull in through the service drives.
Okay.
So you're not going to see any dumpsters from any of the public streets within our development. If you could bring up a site plan, I'll also talk to you a little bit about, this is a $60 million.
Yeah, no. And what I may suggest, if you don't mind, just so you can move your approval along and we can keep going, because I don't think there's going to be an issue, is if you wouldn't mind, because it is such a big development and because this is one of the things that we've talked about for so many years, it's like the hub and spokes. We always focus on things like in the core, and this is starting to grow out into the southern part. And you're welcome to spend as much time as you want, or the chair will allow you. But what I would suggest is as you guys get farther along and you get your approvals and you're about ready to go to dirt, come back and tell the council what's going on and share the good news. I mean, $60 million down in that part of downtown is awesome, right? That's a large piece of property. And so, again, very excited about it. And I just love that we're starting to continue to grow out from the core over the last 40, 50 years. So.
Well, happy to provide a presentation. I just quickly want to illustrate on the site plan that the hatched area there, that is the proposed right-of-way closure. There is still going to be able to be access, because if you look at the northwestern corner of GE Patterson and the proposed Haddon closure, there's an existing business there. This will allow the circulation for that existing business. The northern half is going to be the pedestrian plaza. So the result of this development and this closure, it will not be harming anyone. So we had a couple letters of positive recommendation when we went to the Land Use Control Board. So we have not had any negativity. We're working with TDOT, we're working with the fire department, engineering on all the technical issues and utilities that go along with the redevelopment of anything in the core. And so we're also happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
Thank you. This proposed closure will provide a walkway for pedestrians from one street to the other, so it still is open to the public.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Not seeing any other questions, let's go to a vote on this. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes. Item number 2. SAC 22-04, Broad Avenue partial cul-de-sac closure. This affects District 5, Super District 9. Moved by Warren and second by Carlisle. Second by Carlisle.
is needed in order for this final plat to be recorded as part of this development is within the right-of-way, which is what sort of necessitates this partial closure. Really, DPD does not have any opposition to the case. It was approved on the consent agenda at Land Use Control Board. We're recommending that this street and alley closure is approved.
And what is the plan for people turning around since they've got that there is for a turnaround? Are people just going to do 3-point turns?
Yeah, so let's see. I believe city engineering has adequate maneuvering room shall be provided between the right-of-way and the guard gatehouse. So once the final plat gets approval on our end in terms of everything that we'd like to see from the Unified Development Code is reflected on the plat, we'll
with the development makes sense for them as well.
Yeah, so I believe, so, so curb and gutter and ADA requirements are going to be required in that particular area, and that's something else that will be, reviewed by city engineering after we issue a memorandum of conformance. So that's in part and parcel. More so with the plan development, because this application really is just for this deeding over this particular part of the public right-of-way into private ownership.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other question, I have a question. Will the plan development come back before this committee?
It will not, as it was already approved back in 2001, unless there is a major change that's needed that would redo the site plan so much that it wouldn't meet the UDC guidelines for. When a plan development gets approved, you have a certain amount of footage that you're allowed leeway one way or the other. If you go over that, you have to file a new application. So that would be the only way that it would go back before City Council.
Did you say approved in 2001?
2021, that was my mistake.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, because I was be concerned if I was (22-04). 3595 Honor Road, south side of Honor Road, plus a negative 1,259 feet west of Getwell Road, District 3, Super District A. This is a first reading. Planning and zoning, can you give us a brief overview? First reading, meaning it would have to come back 2 more times for approval.
Yes, Lucas Skinner with Division of Planning and Development. So this first case is Z 2022-4. This is a rezoning of just under 30. 4 acres from residential urban 3 to EMP employment or light industrial at and around 3595 Arnold. To give a sense of where this site is, again, it's a very large parcel. It stretches from Shelby Drive to the south all the way to Arnold Road at the north. As you can see, Getwell Road is the large road. Because a final plat was never recorded. So essentially, in conclusion, pretty straightforward rezoning from residential urban 3 to employment. Our office did recommend rejection as it did not meet the consistency requirements from the Memphis 3.0 plan. We did try and work a little bit in the early aughts of this to maybe come up with some other options to getting this through, but in the end, we stuck with our guns and recommended rejection. With that, I am available for any questions. And I'm sorry, with that, the Land Use Control Board also recommended rejection.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Josh Whitehead with Birch Porter Johnson, 130 North Court Avenue. And I have a short slide deck that Mr. Skinner will present. And I do want to cover a couple points that he just raised. This is indeed a property that is between residentially zoned properties and industrially zoned properties. Next slide. CBS Sunday Morning is one of the few shows that I watch on a regular basis, and the other morning they reported that we need about 33,000 square feet of football fields worth per year to keep up in the whole country, to keep up with the needed square feet for warehouse space. Next slide. Zooming down locally, the Daily Memphian says we're the 10th most significant warehouse market in the country. On average, these warehouse jobs pay about $20 an hour, and if in management positions, they typically pay in excess of $100,000. Next slide. So where are we? Mr. Skinner kind of pointed us out. We're in southeastern Oak Haven or western Capelville. Next slide. And this map demonstrates what I think is maybe a point of contention. In magenta, those magenta properties on this map are either zoned industrial or are used in other means as industrial properties. Our property is right in the center, shaded in blue on this map, and it's abutted on the east and the north in some degree to those industrial properties. Next slide. So a couple years ago, the UDC was amended with regard to the finding of consistency. As Mr. Skinner just pointed out, both staff and the Land Use Control Board found that this proposal was inconsistent. But the UDC allows the City Council to make its own findings. We feel that, and to its east, Distriplex Office Park, we feel that multifamily in such close proximity to industrial would not be a viable solution. Next slide. Going on the northern parcel, the northern extent of our parcel, looking east down Arnold Road, you see a pallet company, obviously an industrially zoned property. Next slide. And then you go back in time, next slide, the Memphis airport study from the late 80s identified at least a substantial portion of this property for planned business park, which equates to the employment EMP zoning district, which is the requested zoning district. Next slide. And is capable of handling such trucks. Next slide. Here's the parcel map or an aerial map superimposed with the site plan to kind of demonstrate where the warehouse will be in relation to the access onto Shelby Drive, which is on the left. As zoned, I mentioned earlier that this property is zoned multifamily. If this was developed to the same density that neighboring multifamily projects in Oak Haven and Capelville were designed, as many as 500 units could be fit on this property. I have a little asterisk at the bottom. Under zoning, however, we could park and fit as many as 1,000 units. That's not what I'm going to use for my next hypothetical, though. If used as zoned as 500 units under the next slide, the ITE, which produce an exorbitant, a great deal more amount of traffic than what our request is. We also will, now that's not to say we won't increase traffic at all. We predict that traffic along Shelby Drive through the introduction of trucks will increase by 3.7%. However, according to the ITE, again, 7-lane roads can accommodate 55,000 trips a day at a good B or A level of service. They grade levels of service like you grade a paper in school. So B or A is considered good. 3.7% increase from the current 47,000 is still well below the maximum amount of traffic that Shelby Drive was designed to handle. Next slide. And finally, Madam Chair, we believe that this proposal will strengthen Oak Haven's position and Capelville's position as one of the #1 employment areas, not just for the city of Memphis, but the Memphis Metro, and introduce several hundred jobs in the city limits, but also significantly increase by, I think, a factor of 58,000% the taxes collected on this property. As an undeveloped piece of property, it's collecting about $781 in city and county taxes. Based upon older but similarly sized warehouses in the area, $450,000 in annual city and county taxes is a very conservative estimate, and that's what we believe we would at least produce by this rezoning. With that, Madam Chairman, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. If I owned a house on the eastern side of this development and you put this in, what would I see that I'm seeing differently now, or would I see anything differently?
Thank you for that question, because it does bring one factor that I don't think is easily discernible on this map. Our site does not abut any single-family homes. There's an intervening, very large tract on the north, and then there's 2 intervening tracts along Shelby Drive. We are about 600 feet from the closest residence to the west, or from we are to their east. So we don't believe, and the UDC requires there to be a buffer around industrially zoned properties. So we're going to have a buffer along our top, or on this map, western exposure. And so those houses along that drive off of Arnold, that's about 600 feet away. So if they have a fence, they'll definitely not see anything, but even those without a site-proof fence, through 600 feet of pretty dense woods, probably would not see anything. Now, that's currently as that intervening parcel is laid out, which is undeveloped. So the future, assuming there's more buildings built there, that will, further block the view. But of course, they would be closer to the site.
So that area that is wood above your warehouse there, which I assume is to the west, that will not necessarily stay woods?
Well, it is zoned multifamily as well. I don't represent that owner, so it could
someone else
someday...
owns that piece of property?
I'm sorry?
Someone else owns that?
Correct.
All right.
But it could be developed as apartments, as zoned.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have a question, not seen any others. You would like to go first? Okay. Did you have a neighborhood meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
How many people attended?
Including me, 4.
How many notices were sent out?
163.
What area were those notices directed?
So the zoning code requires the same notification area that's used for your meeting on October 11th, and the Land Use Control Board.
Not notified, were they?
On this map, the center left, those properties, I think that's Sandy Creek Drive, they were notified, and then the people, so then we notched down a little bit, and the people on the eastern side of that next street along Arnold, I can't read it from here, I think it's Oak something.
Yeah.
They were also notified. So all the residents on that northern So we'll get curbs, gutters, sidewalks, a left turn lane, and then 2 ponds, employee parking, and then the building.
Okay. So let me raise this issue since you mentioned it. You said that you're asking for a direct rezoning and not a planned development. Why would you not go with a planned development?
Well, as stated, we had a plan development approved. It was actually my client, Zero Arnold LLC, but his name, he does have a name. Jonathan Whitman is the managing member of that LLC. They filed the plan development some 20-something years ago. It expired. I think this is going to be a speculative project. We want to be approached multiple times before we engage in developing this site. That hopefully is not 5 years from now, but it could be 5 years from now. And PDs expire in 5 years. Number two, the reason that PD was filed 20-something years ago is because the 1981 zoning code did not have a lot of protections for neighboring property owners. The UDC, one of the purposes of the UDC was to reduce, if not eliminate, our addiction on PDs. We had so many PDs in the 80s and 90s because our zoning code was a little archaic. And so every rezoning had to be done by PD because you had to infuse specific conditions. Now that we have so many buffer requirements and road improvement requirements, we can, as a city, re-embrace straight rezonings with maybe less reservations than before.
Okay, well, my concern is in regards to that is then, if we don't have a planned development, your group will not be required to come back before us, and there cannot be any type of restrictions placed on you. And I would like to be able to make sure that you got well, I guess it will be approved, you did it, but we need some type of assurance that there's ample space or distance between your project and the residents or the property line next door. But going with a straight rezoning, we're limited to have any say in that particular operation.
Well, 2 points to that. Because of the unusual shape of this property, we really can't put much
lack of affordable housing space as well. And so with it's going to be hard for me to support this, knowing that we have two negative recommendations, and then knowing that we have just as great as there is a shortage of warehouse space, there is for apartments, and knowing that, now I know that it's speculative to say that there could be a developer that will come in and wants to put 500 or even 1,000 apartment units there, but I think that we have that same shortage of, particularly when we talk about affordable housing in that area as we do for the need for warehouses in that area. I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, not seeing any other questions. Let's take this to a vote. Again, this is the first reading on this particular item. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Got one opposed. Thank you. Let's go to the next item, number 4, Z22-05. 5481 Davidson Road, west side of Davidson Road, plus or minus 495 feet north of North Cedar Ridge Drive, affecting District 3, Super District 8. Again, this is the first reading. Can I get a second? Warren moved it, second by Dockery. Yes.
Okay, yes, Lucas Gator with the Division of Planning and Development. This is Z2022-5. It's a slightly larger site, around 52 acres, and this would be rezoned from conservation agriculture, CA, again, to light industrial EMP, located at around 5481 Davidson. To give sort of an idea of where this site is, this is east of where we were just looking at the last case. This is just west of Lamar. This is very, very close to the Mississippi state line. It's just to the south. It's one of the last city of Memphis parcels along this stretch of the road. give an idea of zoning and land use, for this one, there's very similar industrial and commercial uses to the north and the east of this property. And then there are several residential properties that back up to this to the south along North Cedar Ridge Drive. Few site photos. The photo on the left shows the existing drive into the site. Again, it's still pretty heavily wooded. It's been used as a horse farm for many years. The photo at the bottom right is to give an idea of sort of what the back of the residences see from their backyard currently to the property. To give an idea of the size of the lot is a plot plan provided from the applicant. This site is a little bit unique in the rezoning, as the line of the rezoning will be sort of splitting a TVA easement. The reasoning for the applicant to be doing that is to help still give some of a CA zoning buffer to those properties to the south, and then they will still be rezoning 50 feet, so half and half split, and we can get more into that in a second. So again, in conclusion, it's a larger rezoning, about 52 acres from CA, currently a horse farm with a house. Again, to light industrial, to EMP. We found that this was consistent with Memphis 3.0. In the plan for this location, the site is zoned, or shown on the feature land use map for industrial, unlike the last case. So with that being said, we are recommending approval, and the Land Use Control Board also recommended approval for this as well. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Have any questions? Not have any, I'd have one. The property that is directly adjacent to it, is that Mississippi property or is that Tennessee?
So, right, the properties to the south are Tennessee. They are technically in the county. So everything to the south of Cedar Ridge Drive, that road right here, this is all Mississippi down here. These residential homes are considered to be an unincorporated county. So they're still Tennessee, but just not technically the city. So when sort of factoring in with Memphis 3.0, those residential properties, were not technically a part of that map. So I just wanted to make that note.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Have a question, Councilman Jones?
What was the recommendation of staff and land use control?
Right, we recommended approval, and Land Use Control Board also recommended approval.
Okay.
Again, is this a straight rezoning or not a plan? Yes. I just got used to playing and having some input in it, I'm sorry. All right. Having no questions, let's take a vote on this item. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, that received a favorable recommendation. Thank you. Bye-bye. That concludes the Planning and Zoning Committee.
Order. Mr. Thompson, could you please call the roll?
Members present, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Canale, Councilwoman Dockery, Councilman Jones, here, and Vice Chair Warren.
Present. Thank you, colleagues. Our first item, number one, is an appointment to the Memphis and Shelby County Air Pollution Board. Gideon Sarpong, requested by administration. It was held from October 23rd. August 23rd. Do we have Dr. Sarpong here? Good. If you could please state your name and address for the record, and we'd like a few words or comments. The floor is yours. Please move. Moved by Jones, seconded by Dockery. Mr. Sarpong, the floor is yours.
My name is Dr. Gideon Sabon Sr., and I live in Collierville, and I work for New Coastal Memphis. I'm the industrial rep for the airport as required by the airport.
Do we have any questions? If not, all in favor of this nomination, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes, and we'll go with the favorable recommendation. Thank you for your service, sir.
Well, thank you. I'm excited to serve my city, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Item number 2 is an appointment of Ms. Queen. I'm going to mess this up, Tatili Kekesa. To the Memphis and Shelby County Downtown Mobility Authority, requested by administration. Could I have a motion and a second, please?
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Jones. Ms. Keskesa, could you help me with your first name, and the floor is yours.
Sure, Queen Titile Keskesa.
Thank you.
I'm grateful to be appointed to this, and I plan to serve in the best way I know how.
Do you have any questions from council? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. We will send this down with a favorable recommendation to council, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
We are now adjourned.
Councilwoman Dockery. Chair Carlisle.
Chair is here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, for this one, I'm gonna turn on, we're gonna turn on everybody's microphone. It's up to you to control. We're gonna see how that goes. May regret it. Colleagues, we have one item on today's agenda. Update on number of streetlight outages in the city and current service delivery time. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, you have the floor. Colleagues, we have about 15 minutes scheduled to this item. Then we have a very lengthy 17-item public works. So just please keep that in mind. And Councilwoman Logan, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Absolutely. Hopefully it won't take a long time, Chair. And thank you for the opportunity. I just am wanting to know, and this kind of builds on our last meeting and conversation about the outages. And I know we've talked about that. For a while now, and there have been a number of presentations. I know we're going through some changes in changing out LED, and I can appreciate all of that, looking forward to all of that. But what I want to know now, just for the record and here for the public consumption, is to talk about where we are on the current streetlight outages and what's the plan forward, the time frame or how are we going to handle those that are out. So if you could just speak to that, I'd greatly appreciate it. And thank you, Ms. Alonzo, for being here.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. I do have somebody here that's going to talk in detail about it. He has a brief presentation. His name is Brad Gates. He is the manager of electric construction and maintenance, and streetlights are part of his responsibility. So he has sent about a 10-slide presentation that should answer your question. If it does not, of course, we'll take questions at the end.
Okay, and you all have contracted them to replace all the lights that are currently out?
Brad is with MLGW. He is he's employed with MLGW and has the streetlight crews as well as electric distribution crews under his responsibility.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I think, and just to clarify, just to make sure I'm clear too on exactly what we're trying to accomplish. We have two parallel paths right now. One is a major capital campaign to replace LED lights. And I think the councilwoman, and please correct me if I'm wrong, councilwoman, is in the meantime, we have multiple lights that are going out. And how do you evaluate what is going to be actually repaired or replaced in the normal, ordinary course of business? And what, like any business would do to say, it's really not worth replacing this light because it is scheduled to be changed out in the LED program in 24 months. And where are you on that?
We're going to take care of business as we normally do with the lights that we have, but the contractor will be replacing the other lights. So.
Right, and that was my understanding from your presentation last time. You all talked about the way forward with the new installation, but I asked you to come back and give us the plan for the current lights that are out now prior to the new installation of the new poles and LED lighting.
Yes,
great, thank you.
Thank you, Lonzo. Like I said, I'm Brad Gates. I'm the manager at MLGW over electric construction and maintenance. To summarize the current outages, we're treating them as if there is no LED project. So every day we run our reports and we get the number of lights that are out, and we distribute crews accordingly to get these lights fixed. So every day it's copacetic for us. Like I stated, we're entertaining the idea of not even doing the LED from our mindset, even though we are. And I'll be glad to run through the presentation. It kind of hits on the total number of work orders and the need dates. And then I'll run through it real quick because I know your time is valuable. And then I can answer questions and hopefully provide some clarity to some of these
Thank
issues.
you. Go ahead.
There we go. All right, next slide, please. Okay, right here, this is the total reported active work out orders for today. It's 816. This is in the entire Shelby County. It's not separated through the city as entire Shelby County. The overhead maintenance, which is like a bulb photo cell fixture changeout, is 473. Knockdown, of course, is the one struck by a pole, struck by a vehicle, 122. Underground maintenances, which are primarily like cable faults, is 102. Leased outdoor lights overhead, that's for like the private outdoor lights that customers pay for in the utility bill. The overhead's 107, and the underground, being they're fed underground versus overhead, is 12. Number of interstate outages, 94. We patrol the interstate weekly to get this number, just so we know what our interstate looks like when tourists come in the city. Total number of lights in Shelby County, 151,000. Total number of lights in Memphis, 77,000. So I just put those figures up there just to compare. This here is just an executive dashboard that we use internally. It shows the total number of outages, 816, like I stated, and also a map, a visual that shows you where all the outages are. In real time, you can zoom in and zoom out and see exactly how many is in each territory or city, because this is Shelby County wide. Okay. Need dates. On a typical bulb photocell fixture changeout, it's less than 5 calendar days. On the knockdowns, it's less than 30. On the underground cable failure, capital projects, which include subdivisions, 5G pole swaps, new installations, and street improvement projects. A couple of them we're working on is the Poplar Dunlap Medical District Street Improvement Project and the Highland, Southern Highland area project right there by U of M. The maintenance work orders, this is kind of a history. In 2020, we worked 24,298. The next year, we worked a little bit under 23,000. And this year, we're projected probably to be about the same, 22,8. As you see, it's decreasing a little bit just because of the capital work that we're having to compensate for.
Included in the 846 or 16 that's quoted up there?
Right, yes, I believe, it seemed like it was 100 and something. I think it was slide 2, if you want to go back.
Out of the 816
It
is
was
100.
included, I think it was 102.
Okay.
102, yeah, right. I mean, yeah, there you go. It's 122, you're right.
Okay, great. Now, I had also, you said that it takes only 5 days to replace a light that's out. Did I understand that correctly?
Right, just if it's a simple fix like a bulb or a photocell or a fixture, it takes usually 5 days. That's our target.
Okay, so so the public will know, if there's a light out in your neighborhood, what do you do?
The easiest is to report it via the web, mlgw.com, or you can call it in at 544-MLGW. One benefit of the LED project and the LMS, the lighting management system, is that you will not have to report it in the future. The lighting management software will let us know before the customers know, and I think that'll be a big benefit. Also, it will decrease the phone lines, for the call center as well. It'll decrease that traffic by having this system in place versus relying on customers to call in. But I would say use the web as of today, mlgw.com, and report the street light. That's the easiest.
Okay. Last question, Chair. I didn't see actually a plan on changing those out in terms of how are you going to approach the 816 or the number?
Right, we work them as they're reported. So the oldest ones first is how we work those, because we want to get the oldest ones up and running prior to a brand new request such as turned in today. We want to get the ones that we have already in our queue.
Okay, so the plan that you all are doing, the oldest one, the ones that were reported first, and then you get those. And
Correct.
it normally takes 5 days only to
Right, now, unless it turns into, say we send a crew out there thinking it's a bulb photo cell, and then they find out it's an underground fault. So then it drops back into the 30-day bucket.
Okay. With the community, how they would go on mlgnw.com or 544 MLGNW to find that out if it's been a long time. Say there are 6 of them out at Covington Pike and Stage Road, and they've been like there for a while. How can I find out the status, or how would a resident find out the status of those?
Yes, you can go to the mlgw.com and type in the outage number that you're given when you can submit a request, and it will say if it's still active or it's been completed. These you speak of, have they been turned in?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I can check on those as well.
Okay, all right.
But
that's the information I needed right now.
I'd hop on that this goes back to the larger conversation that we've been trying to kind of, or at least I, and I think a few others have been trying to nudge you guys towards, which is a much more forward-facing customer status understanding versus active completed, right? Like, I know when it's active and I know when it's completed because the light's on. What's the struggle is while MLG may be getting calls, I don't think calls are going directly to Alonzo's office, but we're getting blown up and we're getting emails and we're getting phone calls directly to our lines. And it makes it very difficult because of the tiers of government and bureaucracy between us and you guys. And so I guess this is a long diatribe of saying this is yet another example where I hope going forward as MLGW is moving itself into this 21st century mode, which I understand takes time. You're a very large multi-billion-dollar organization. But to have some sort of forward-facing customer interaction where people can say, and I'm not going to use 311 like it's the pinnacle because it's got its own problems, but this has been reported. We thought it was an outage. This is the status update. There's a tab on your presentation. I can see it says total count. And then it says work orders within last 10 days, work orders within the last 30 plus days. But obviously I can't see because it's not printed out. But like that could be published to the public. Like there could be a management website where I could see all the reported outages in the city, when they reported, what their status actually is of, much like an outage, like crews working on it, crews established this is where we are, because the amount of phone calls and emails we'll get about a light being out could be easily answered if that information were readily available to the public, and would save our staff and your staff a lot of time. So again, just really would like the senior leadership group to start to consider certain things like that, like the city's data management team. I think that's fair. I've taken up too much time. I'm sorry. I've got Councilman Warren and then Councilman Jones in the queue. And Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, driving around the city, it almost looks like we put some sort of attractant on our poles to make sure people run into them. And I'm just wondering what it is that we've done that has made that happen. I've seen more of it in the pandemic, and I think it probably has got to do with people driving too fast and, you know, maybe distracted driving and going into them. Is there some sort of visual cue that we can put on these poles that might make them more, I guess, apparent to people who are driving down the street and less likely to hit them? Because, you know, our poles in a lot of places are only like this far off the road. Right. So I don't know if y'all thought of that. So I'm just throwing it out. If there's something that is out there that you could use that would be a reflective device or something that would make people see those poles, that may be helpful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We can definitely research that and see. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Gates, good afternoon. Is there a way to report an outage via the MLGNW app?
No, there's not. We I had a program set up to go ahead and roll out an app. It's about the time that we started this LED and LMS project.
Okay.
So versus putting funds into that, I decided just to wait until we did the LMS. That way, it will automatically notify us and take it
Self-reports.
completely out of everybody's control.
Okay. And then, is there subrogation for knockdowns? Meaning that if I have insurance on my car, then I have liability insurance. Part of that is collecting funds from the insurance company for those type of damages. And if we're looking at 120 some odd knockdowns, whatever the expense is, instead of the ratepayers paying for that, for the insurance, when there are insurance involved, I would think that, well, it would help us out a bit if we had those funds collected in that manner as opposed to paying it out of our coffers.
And you're correct. We send them through our claims department, and then through that avenue, they try to get payment from the individual that struck the pole. Yes, sir.
Okay, so do we have an idea of how much we collect out of, if we have, and this 122 is just where we are now. We know, as I noticed on the chart that you provided, one point we had 700, so that number fluctuates. I would imagine that we probably could be looking at quite a bit of money that could be recovered. Do we know how well or how successful the claims department is in recovering some of those?
No, but I can get you that figure. One thing I do know is the ones that come with a police report, meaning the car is still there, we have better success with those than the hit and run.
Right, yeah, I understand. I understand we couldn't get with the hit and run, but if the vehicle's still there, and they have insurance, I would think we would want to be collecting those.
Right, I can get that dollar figure for you annually, what we collect. Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. When you have a knockdown, how dangerous is that lamp, the structure? I mean, is there electrical wire still going in that could be live? What's the status of that condition?
In most cases, once the pole hits the ground, it's de-energized, it pulls the connections loose.
Okay.
If there are exposed wires, they are usually insulated,
Mhm.
rubbering around those. So as long as they're insulated and if it's de-energized and there's no threat to the customer, very seldom will they still burn on the ground. I very seldom see that.
Okay, that was my question, because I really was going to say you need to do something about those that go down around the parks and the schools. It should, try to work on getting those done sooner than 30 days.
Yeah, we do. The initial call comes in as an emergency call. So
Okay.
our first responders, troubleshooters, will go out within, an hour or 2 hours and make sure the scene is safe. They'll clean it up, get it out of the roadway, make sure it's de-energized, get it out of the pedestrian walkway, whatever the case may be, to make the scene safe. And then the 30 days will take in place after that.
Okay. Now, you work directly with Memphis Light Gas and Water? Are you a division of Memphis Light Gas and Water, or is that the arrangement here?
He works directly.
Okay. So my understanding was when we were going to install
Yes.
Okay, so are you still saying you're behind schedule, or how do you feel like you're working right now?
Yes, we're behind schedule because this maintenance group has taken on a lot more capital work than it was designed for, just because the division as a whole is a little behind, primarily due to the 5Gs.
What type of capital work are you have a reference to? What type of capital work do you have reference to?
Well, the 5G, the Verizon and AT&T 5G pole sets, new subdivisions, street improvements, as well as new installs for businesses and whatnot.
Who was doing it prior to your production. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Let the record show that Councilman Canali sauntered down gingerly about 30 minutes late, while Councilman Smiley came in about 31 minutes late, but they are present. Councilwoman Logan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think he heard you, or he's not listening. But a question about the 5G. I know, well, it's my understanding that we get paid, or there's a fee associated with the 5G using our poles. So when there is that question just came up as a follow-up. I have another question too. But anyways, so the money that we bring in for that, is any of that used for to increase, the ability to put them back up, or if you need extra staffing, if you're behind, how do we utilize those funds that come in from the use of the poles for 5G by Verizon or AT&T or whoever?
That's our pole attachment group. I don't have the answer for that, but I can get you the answer. I don't know what that fee is supplied for, except for maybe maintenance cost for the duration of the structure that it's on, the pole that it's on.
Oh, okay. So that's.
I might be able to help with some of that. The 5G work is paid for. They're charged for that pole,
Right.
and they're charged for any additional work. If they work overtime, they pay for that. So that kind of works. They pay for everything they do. They ask for. The 5G requesters. The type of pole is one that they have designed, and they pay for that. So it should not be a cost to MLGW for the 5G work. Now, it's still additional capital work, and it's a lot of it. And that's what has drawn some of the resources, and that's what Brad has been talking about. It draws some of the resources from some of the maintenance work. We're still going to replace lights. We're going to replace lights. We're going to deal with knockdowns all the time. Even after you get all these LED lights, you will still have knockdowns. And you'll still have stuff that will occasionally burn out. And you'll still have underground cable faults that will occur that we will have to address. Those will take place, LED or not, and we have a group that does that and will continue to do that.
Okay, that's, and I'm only asking because he mentioned that they were behind because they're having to do the capital rollout, which when you mentioned 5G, I know that there's a fee associated with that. So I didn't know if that fee was used for personnel as well, so that you wouldn't be behind on the regular replacement of the lights. So, and that's something else you all may bring back at a later date. But my initial question was, what is the expected date to have those if everything is equal, they're just simple replacements, what is the expected date to have those 800 done?
Always got 800. Right. Well, as you see on the chart.
If everything being equal, if there's no extra, you just replacing the bulb.
Well, if we meet our targets, it'll be 30 days, depending on the maintenance that's required. But the worst case scenario is 30 days from when it was submitted. So I have to look at those 800, whichever one was submitted. One was submitted 2 weeks ago, then the clock is running on that 30 days. So we got, 16 more days to try to get it repaired. But as you see, it's pretty flat across. It's kind of averages around 800. This is from the new request minus the request that we worked that day. So it kind of equals out to around 800 right now.
Okay, so 30 days is the worst. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you. That's all I have to.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Also, let the record reflect coming in the rear of the evening, sneaking around the side of the chambers towards the back door where Councilman Morgan and Colvette are present, Ms. Keaton. That being said, seeing no other business for this committee, MLGW committee is hereby adjourned.
Councilman Carlisle? Councilman Colbert? Councilman Morgan? Chair Smiley?
All right, I'm here. We have way too many items today, 18 items. We're going to try to get through as quickly as possible. Item number 1, resolution to amend the fiscal year 2023 CIP budget by accepting and appropriating railroad safety improvement funds in the amount of $1,380,533.75 from the Tennessee Department of Transportation, TDOT, for the traffic signal improvements at various locations along Riverside Drive, project number EN01114, District 6, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Colvett, seconded by Jones. Director, the floor is yours, good sir. Hold on. Go again.
Again, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what we are presenting for you today is to accept funding from TDOT to do some of the railroad improvements along the intersection of Riverside Drive at Union, Riverside Drive at Monroe, and Riverside Drive in Court. That includes modernization of the traffic signals there, as well as the actual surface and additional sidewalk and roadway improvements as well.
All right, doesn't appear, there's one question. Councilman Jones, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Berlin, good afternoon. Does this only include those locations? The reason that I ask is I've received some complaints about the railroad facility that's leaving the French Fort area, going into President's Island. I see Ms. Richardson here to talk about that. So if it doesn't include that, how do we go by requesting improvements for various railroad intersections?
So to answer your first question is yes, this grant is strictly for those intersections that I've identified. Relative to the other railroad intersection at, I believe that's Riverside Drive and Mallory, I believe? Macklemore. Yeah, so we did receive complaints about that as well. And so what we typically do is we look at the railroad condition itself. We do have a railroad
So from, let's just say from, what, September 13th, where we are now, how soon could we possibly see that? How long does that process take? If I'm just trying to set some expectations from when I report back to somebody, here's what the process is. It could take 6 months, 9 months, a year.
I would say from a TIP cycle, we would have to introduce the project first into the TIP documents. That is usually about a 2 or 3 year process, or that's one way, or the other alternative would be to introduce it as an amendment to the existing TIP cycle. So we can approach it 2 ways, but the worst case scenario, I would say at least 5 years out before we can actually get the agreement from the state to even provide us the funding.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Oh, I am so sorry, Councilwoman Johnson. The floor is yours.
Quick question. You know those arms at the crossing, the railroad crossing, when they're missing, how do you get those replaced? We've been trying to call and get someone to come out and place some arms or rails. We haven't been pretty successful at that.
Yeah, so anytime you see any of those railroad arms broken, those are instrument by the railroad folks, so they are the ones that are actually replacing those. But if you can provide us those locations, we do have railroad coordinators that can provide that information to them and advising them of that damaged arm.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. All hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2, resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $845,830 to fund repair the Any opposed? All right, it's opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 3, Memphis and Shelby County Port Commission resolution requesting approval to lease premises to Jason Cressman for the purpose of hay cutting, approximately 330 acres, District 6, Super District 8, requested by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Does this have to be, is it necessary for this to be a same night minute item?
Chairman, all 3 of my items are not necessary to be on same night minutes.
All right, so your items are 3, 4, and 5?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to take those off same night minutes to decrease the workload and give council more time to review each item. So item number 3, go ahead.
Well, first I want to address Councilman Jones'
Excuse me, sir.
question about.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Name.
Randy Richardson.
There we go.
I'm the executive chairman, executive director with Memphis Shelby County Port Commission. We're at 1115 Riverside Boulevard. Wanted to address Councilman Jones' question about the railroad crossing at Riverside Boulevard and Jack Carley Causeway. We actually do have a state grant that is finishing up. It's in the last approval process to repave that intersection of the railroad right there, Councilman Jones, going on to President's Island, plus all the way down Harbor Avenue. It's a $4 million grant through the state of Tennessee. It is only waiting one approval from the CN to be ready to go. We do need matching funds from the city of Memphis. We're going to come back this year. We need a roughly $800,000 matching grant for the $4 million road repaving, which includes that crossing. So we'll be back to talk to you about that here pretty soon. It could go any time. We just need the funding to complete it. We started this one back in, you're talking about time limits, this one started back in 2017. So it's taken this long to go through all the environmental process and engineering, things of that nature. So it can be drawn out. So back to the question at hand, Mr. Cressman, we maintain about 11 acres down the Frank C. Pigeon Industrial Park. I think I had a drawing, may get it up there. Did I see it on the computer right there? We maintain about 11 acres of mainline levee down in Pigeon Industrial area on behalf of the city of Memphis. We put out a bid throughout the southeast United States to see if we could get somebody to cut the hay for us. Cutting the hay ourselves is a very expensive operation. Just to get up and started is about $70,000 to $100,000 on 350 acres because it's on a real severe slant and has a number of constrictions to it. So we try to get somebody to do it for us. We usually do not have a large crowd of people. In this case, it was one person, which didn't surprise us because previously it had been one person. But the amount of money we save on it does justify us going ahead and doing at least, even though we don't get much out of it, we do get a lot of savings. So Mr. Crespin was the successful bidder. It's a 5-year lease with 2 one-year options. The amount that he would pay annually is $36,000 for the rent, but then he will pay probably between $10,000 and $15,000 for annual herbicide spraying to keep the grass in the weeds out of the grass to protect the levee. So bring that
Request for same 9 minutes. Moved by Warren, seconded by Carlisle. The floor is yours.
Yes, Weber Marine leases mooring space from us, and it's just strictly where they park barges along the floodplain property on President's Island. It's owned by the city of Memphis in Shelby County. They have come back and wanted to add 750 feet of additional space along the shoreline to their existing lease, and we're bringing that to you for their approval. It'll increase their the amount of payments they make to us from $33,000 to basically $47,000 a year. And it does have a CPI increase annually.
All right. Any questions? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 5, I believe. Memphis and Shelby County Port Commission resolution requesting approval for the collateral access agreement between Port Commission and Maximum Crane Works LP, District 6, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
I move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Warren. All right, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Maxim Crane Work is a nationwide company that leases heavy cranes out to companies for construction jobs. You've probably seen them around different parts of Memphis. This is one of the facilities we lease out on President's Island. They came to us some months ago. They have done a corporate-wide loan with Wells Fargo Bank, and Wells Fargo Bank wanted to have access to get the equipment off the property in case they went bankrupt and they had to repossess. So this is a collateral access agreement, which simply allows the bank or their agents to go onto the property for 30 days to take that equipment off. And they can't do anything to our property, just the equipment, and it gives them that access in case something goes wrong during the term of the lease, the loan. That's it.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours.
I'm sorry, it may be 60 days. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. We collect our normal rent that's under a completely different agreement, the lease agreement.
Can you hit your button?
So it's, I think right now we're collecting somewhere around $80,000, $90,000 a year from them.
So if we need to prorate that for 60 days?
Well, they will pay the rent until the lease is officially closed, whenever that ends up being, regardless of the 60 days. So they may have to pay to out all the way to the end of the lease term. It just depends on how they, if they were to go in default, which we don't imagine they will, whether or not they file for bankruptcy or whether or not they just pay out the balance. It could go a number of different ways. But that shouldn't impact the actual equipment, them getting the equipment off the property.
Okay, that's a little confusing to me because I thought you were trying to get a lease for 60 days. Now you're saying they may have it for an entire year.
No, 2 different agreements.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm talking about, the actual time period they have to go on there and get the property if the maximum defaults with the loan is the 60 days. The lease is actually independent of that, and it could run on for years separately in a different agreement. Now, how long they pay for the lease will depend on how the lease is terminated, via bankruptcy or we do some kind of deal with them where they pay out to get out of the lease, some kind of liability payout or something like that. But I've never seen that happen with any of our leases in 32 years, and I don't expect it'll happen with this company.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
Is there any way that we could put into this take-back agreement that if for some reason these people are not paying them, they're probably not paying us our rent, they have to pay our rent in order to get their equipment off of it?
That's a good question. I do not, that's one of the legal folks. I can imagine that because the lease company does not have any, Wells Fargo, the loaning company, has no possession under this agreement to the property or the property lease. They can't touch that. They don't impact
Moved by Dr. Moore, seconded by Carlisle. Is there anyone here from the administration to speak on this item? All right, I'm going to move it to the end of the agenda if no one's here to speak to it. All right, let's go to the end of the agenda. We're going to go to item number 7. Item number 7, resolution establishing CIP project number GS 23101 modification roofing by transferring funds from FY23 allocation in the amount of $3,405,031 for roof renovations. All council districts requested by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second?
I'll move it, but not the same minutes. There's no way this couple line needs same minutes.
There's a move by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Council wants to take it off same night minutes. Absolutely right. Could you state your name, your position?
My name is Twanita Farmer.
You can move the mic down. There we go.
Hi, my name is Twanita Farmer. I'm with the Division of General Services.
Okay. All right, quick question for you, Ms. Farmer. Do you have any objection to the council removing the request of same night minutes from this item?
No.
Okay, so. Item number 7, we're going to remove the request for same night minutes. And could you tell us a little bit about this project?
What I can tell you about the project,
Number 7.
Number 7.
Okay.
This is for our capital improvement, major mod roofing projects. We have various projects throughout the city for different fire stations, community centers, as well as libraries that will need to either coat the roofing or do a full replacement for the roof.
Okay. All right. It appears there are no questions from this body. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. It appears that this item is approved. Item number 7 has been approved without a request for same night minutes. We're going to go back to number 6. I believe that's you as well. All right, item number 6 now. Resolution appropriating funds for project number GS 23300 Convention Center cover line in the amount of $400,000. District 6, Super District 8 requested by the administration. Motion to second. Moved by Warren. Seconded by Dockery. The floor is yours. Same thing. Is there any reason for same night minutes on this item?
Yes, that's correct.
So do you need same night
No,
minutes on
we
this
do
one?
not.
Okay,
No.
so we're going to take same night minutes off of number 6 as well. All right. All right, could you just tell us about this project?
Basically, the same thing with the, for electric, this is for our CIP capital improvement, electric. We have projects at the library, Benjamin Hooks Library, as well as we have projects with, we also have a project, just various projects throughout the city. If you can just give me a few moments and I can kind of explain what projects we all have with that.
We might not need that. It depends on if the council wants to hear in specificity about the particular projects for item number 6. It doesn't appear that the council is requesting specificity for 6. If that's the end of your presentation, I think we're ready to take a vote. Any questions from this body? All right, no questions from this body. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So we're going to move down to item number 8. Resolution establishing FY23 major mods electric by transferring funds in the amount of $540,500 to replace generators and overhead doors at various fire stations. Project number GS 23102. All council districts requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Warren. Same things. There is not that request for same night minutes not necessary on item number 8. Could you tell us about the item?
Okay, this would be for our capital improvement major mod plumbing projects. We have pool. They want to go back to number 6?
Hold up, let's get to what'd you say?
Okay.
We voted on 6. Okay.
I thought
now we should be on 8.
Okay.
Yes.
Number 8.
Yeah, we're dancing a little bit. We dance a little bit. Okay, so she just read 9.
I just read 9, I'm sorry, yes.
We're on 8. Could you go over 8 for us? All right.
Number 8.
Go ahead.
I'm going according to the agenda, I'm sorry.
We were dancing a little bit. It's okay. We're on the same page.
For number 8, this would be for our CIP major modification with our discipline as electric. This particular project is to replace generators and the overhead doors at various fire stations throughout the city.
It doesn't appear there are any questions on this item. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Now we're on item number 9, which you just read. We're going to go over it briefly. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. All right. You can go ahead. I think you kind of already talked about item number 9.
You want me to go ahead and go over it again?
Go over it again.
Okay. This one is for our FY 23 CIP major modification for roofing. I'm sorry, not roofing. I'm a little thrown out. For our plumbing. And this is to replace the pool filtration system at various community centers and parks, such as, which would include Ed Rice,
All right. No, not necessary for same 9 minutes?
No.
All right. Oh, not me. Okay. The floor is yours.
Okay, this is our FY 23 CIP major mod project for HVAC, and this project is to replace and/or upgrade the air handler units, complete renovations, boilers, or chillers at various fire stations, community centers, and park locations throughout the city.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. The ayes have it. Item number 11. We're just going to go ahead and scratch out request the same 9 minutes on it. So there is no same 9 minutes on anything until somebody tells me differently. And we're going to make Councilman Carlisle happy today. All right. Resolution establishing CIP project GS 23105 in the amount of $235,750 for major mods, Carpentry District 5 and 7, Super District 8 and 9, requested by the administration. Moved by Warren, seconded by Dockery. The floor.
No, I'll talk about the project. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
This is our FY 23 CIP major mod projects for carpentry, and this is to replace the interior walls at the central library, and the exterior door, the wood replacement and upgrades to the rappelling tower that's located at the indoor firing range.
You said on 16?
And the police training academy.
Okay. So, quick question for you. So we're replacing the main door at the public library, the main library?
Yes.
Okay.
Exterior door.
Exterior door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 12. Resolution establishing CIP project number GS 23106 in the amount of $1,495,000 major mod asphalt District 7 Super District 8 requested by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford, seconded by Warren. The floor is yours.
Okay. This is our FY 23 CIP major mod project for asphalt. And this is to complete or the phase 2 repaving at the police impound lot.
We need that. All my hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. If you're here for item number 17, the update on legal dumping, we're going to hold this item until next council meeting. Sorry, not sorry. All right. Item 13, resolution appropriating the FY23 allocation in the amount of $1 million. Project number GS 22-107, contingency for emergency repairs. All council districts requested by the administration. Moved by Warren. Seconded by Jones. The floor is yours.
This is just a contingency money needed for emergency repairs for our various buildings throughout the city.
All hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Don't sound so enthused. Any opposed? All right. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 14, resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $12,956.75. Major modification fire roof replacement for CIP project number GS01038, District 1, Super District 9, requested by the administration. Moved by Warren, seconded by Dockery. The floor is yours.
This particular project, I would like to request same night minutes for this.
Okay.
This was a project, Fire Station 51, a re-roofing project that was awarded to A&B Construction Company, and there was additional work that was needed. All of
Go so well. Go ahead.
Jatan Hussey, General Services Real Estate Department. We are requesting a donation of the property at 1099 Wellington to Greater Memorial Baptist Church for them to extend their parking area.
Oh, Payne, well, formerly Payne.
I'm sorry?
Formerly Reverend Payne?
Yes.
Who's the pastor there now? Anybody knows?
Is that Pastor Payne?
Have they found a pastor yet?
This is a pastor right here. He's here today.
A new pastor. Please come introduce yourself. We gotta know. Name, title.
Greater Memorial Baptist Church. My name Pastor Jerry Taylor, 1072 South Wellington.
You took over from Pastor Payne?
Took over for Pastor Payne. He was there 50 years. I've been there 7 months.
Absolutely glad to have you. I think, members of this body has been very familiar with Pastor Payne. Myself. That's a good question. But Pastor Payne was a staple in this community, so you got some big shoes to fill. We look forward to working with you and continue outreach in the city. Thank you. Thank you for coming to introduce yourself. Thank you. All right. Any questions from this body? All right. Seems like we're all good. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. The opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll talk to him. All right. What number are we on? Item number 16. This is a request to sign 9 minutes on this item. Director Connect's trying to reach you. Resolution to transfer and appropriate $65,000 in GO bond funding for safety improvements at the intersection of Sam Cooper and East Parkway, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by Councilman Canale. There's a request for same 9 minutes. Councilman Canale, the floor is yours. Get your mic on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to turn it over to Director Blinn and Mr. Randall Tatum to explain the item.
Yeah, good afternoon, Manny Berlin with the Division of Engineering. Several weeks ago, there was a fatality that occurred at the intersection of Sam Cooper and East Parkway. Very unfortunate fatality in there. As you most have driven that area recently, there's been some resurfacing work that's been done at that location. There's a lot of high-vis crosswalks there. There's advance warning for crossings for pedestrian and cyclists. We've been asked to look at potential additional safety improvements in that area, identifying pretty much low-lying fruit that we could do that can be implemented fairly quickly. So what is presented to you today is we're asking for roughly $65,000 for appropriations to do those improvements. Improvements include adding in some advanced LED flashing signs, basically identifying to motorists that this is a high-volume pedestrian cyclist area. In addition, we're also looking at implementing a video detection system there as well. And I can ask Randy to kind of talk about what that video detection is for. Randy?
Hey, good afternoon, members of the council. Randall Tatum, City Traffic Engineer, 125 North Main Street. So yeah, we're looking to implement a video detection system at this intersection that has the capability to not only detect the presence of vehicles, but with some additional work with the vendor that supplies this equipment, they also have the ability to detect pedestrians and also place a pedestrian call for those who are trying to cross a roadway. One of the issues that we have at a lot of locations in the city is that we'll have push button detection for pedestrians across a roadway, but research indicates that only about maybe 50 to 60% of people actually utilize that push button, which becomes a safety issue at major intersections such as Sam Cooper and East Parkway, where you have a very wide crossing, because when you push the button or you're detected as a pedestrian, you get additional time that allows you to cross the roadway. But if you do not push it, of course, the intersection only is recognizing the vehicles that are there, so therefore it's only allocating time based upon the amount of vehicles that are present that need service at the intersection. So we feel that this is a major safety improvement that can, frankly, save lives throughout the city if it works the way it's intended. So that's what we're looking to do at this location. Thank you.
Drive. And right here. Oh yeah, so it's sponsored by Engineering Division. There's a request to be added to the consent agenda with same night amended. I'm assuming someone's going to come talk to us. Can I get a motion in a second? Moving by Ford, seconded by Warren. All right, Director.
Yeah, Macon View, we have an agreement with Shelby County government. There's a sewer system out there that's connected to our sewer system. By virtue of this agreement whereby the county took over the roads, the city's going to maintain the sewer system, which is already connected to our sewer system. And so we are agreeing to those conditions. And it's Robert Connect, I'm sorry, Public Works Director, City.
Thank you, Director. I knew that question was coming. I was waiting. Councilwoman Jones, because we just got this.
Ford didn't have a question.
Now, Ford has something else to share.
Okay.
Councilwoman Jones,
How long have we, how recent did we take over these streets?
The county is, this is the unincorporated Shelby County.
Okay.
So the county is maintaining the roads, but we have agreed, because they're connected to the city's sewer system, to accept the responsibility for the maintenance of the sewer system. Because they're in the Grace Creek system, they'll also pay a surcharge, additional fee for this privilege.
They're paying us.
How much?
It's usually $6 or $12 a lot. I'm trying to remember if they're District Grace Creek 1 or Grace Creek 2. It's $6 or $12 per month per lot.
Okay, if we do this, how many other people will come in and ask for the same assistance?
So in this situation, because it's unincorporated and they were already connected, there's not many more of these out there. There's none in unincorporated that we're allowing new connections to. To my knowledge, there are no other streets that are being added and sewers added that we haven't already agreed to and approved.
Okay, in this situation, is it such that people could start building new homes and then all of them will be attached to this arrangement?
If we have already approved the sewer system and allowed a connection to the sewer system, then yes, they are allowed to connect. But there are not many of those out in unincorporated Shelby County. There was only about 75 subdivisions that were in a status that we're going to allow a connection to, and we've been approving those as they come up.
Okay, but in this situation, would other lots be available for people to build on that would be able to take advantage of the new sewage line?
All the lots are already assigned in that subdivision, so they already have an allocation for sewer connection.
When you said the lots have been assigned, houses built or owned by developers?
So they're either owned privately or owned by a developer. I don't know if all the subdivision has been fully built out. So what happens is they go through the zoning process, through the Division of Planning Development. The subdivision is obviously assigned a number of lots, depending on what type it is. I believe this is commercial. Macon View is all commercial. So there's no residential, to my knowledge, on that roadway. So I guess we could ask DPD to confirm that, but that's my knowledge. So it's going to be light commercial or mixed use is the only thing that's been approved on Macon View Road.
I just have reservations about it. Just saw it. I didn't have opportunity to look at it and see who all was connected and not connected to it. And, I just don't want anybody to be at a disadvantage or will want the same service and we turn them down later.
This is not a common occurrence. Again, we have, especially in unincorporated Shelby County, we have already eliminated the right to connect and bring new sewers on.
That's what I'm thinking, but this is an exception
No, they were already allowed. They're already connected to the sewer system. All those lots are already approved and have the right to connect because of predates the 2018 decision to no longer allow new connections. Again, there are about 75 subdivisions out there that are in this status of predating that decision, so that we have to evaluate those and make a determination if they can connect.
Hey, Director, quick question for you. So, it appears there's some questions since this was last minute. We're going to remove the request the same 9 minutes, and I think we're ready to vote on it. Other than that, to give the council members sufficient time to review any additional information you want to get to us.
Yes, I understand. And there's no reservation on saying 9 minutes. I apologize on that.
Okay. So since the same 9 minutes have been removed, are we ready to take a vote on this item? Pierce.
Well,
go ahead, Councilman Jones.
Were you done, Councilwoman Jones?
I'll just be abstaining on this particular issue
Because
tonight.
what I was going to see if we can just have some additional information about those that could potentially be similar to this that would come before us. I think that would be helpful to me individually. But then also, I still tell folks I'm always learning, constantly learning, and here I am about to fall off next year. But the fact that PDs expire after 5 years, so those 75 different subdivisions, are there any that could potentially be expiring since we've put those in place? And so although it may have been 75 then, what would be helpful would be, what is that number now? Is it still 75? And, we could have some that are about to expire. It could be 70, whatever the case.
There have been quite a few that have been applied for and approved. So initially it was 75 to 80. I can't remember the exact number, but it was approximately 75. And there have been quite a few who have approved. I think only a couple, like 1 or 2, have been denied. The rest have been approved. Because when we went through this process, we developed a legal determination so that anybody who was in some status before the 2018 notice to no longer allow new connections, there was a legal precedent needed to be developed to ensure compliance, and we didn't have any lawsuits, anything that was going to be an issue for us. So that's why we created the whole evaluation term. What you're saying is true. A subdivision may not be developed. It may go out of a process, and then so that's a further evaluation. Should someone else come along want to buy it and connect to it, that would be a new determination for them, and whether or not they would be allowed to. That's where the legal decision process comes in. Now there are a lot of developments out there. They're going to have private sewers that would be allowed to be connected. We're not accepting responsibility for the private sewers. We just, when it's connected to our system, that's where it becomes ours. So there may be that scenario though.
Okay, yeah, but just that type of additional information will be helpful.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Doesn't appear to be. Dr. Warren had a question on this item as well. Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
The fees that we collect, the surcharges that we're getting, are they covering the maintenance costs for what we're having to do on the sewers?
Yes, sir. I mean, we have, we expended quite a bit of funds to plan to grow out into certain parts of unincorporated Shelby County. We extended pretty extensive sewer network system. So this is an attempt to recover that cost. It does make it more, effective for the city in the long term, but it is a long-term recovery.
So we've already spent money on those sewers, and if we don't let someone connect to them and pay us money, they're just sitting in the ground.
It's best for the city to not add any more new systems out there. I've talked briefly about the fact that we have other needs and growth that we want to incur inside the city. Because we made this investment, unfortunately, we have to recoup as much of the cost. But adding more does not benefit us in terms of our sewer needs, because the city wants to grow in density. So we need to focus on that as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And we have one abstention. Okay. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Councilman Ford, the floor is yours.
I appreciate it. Directors, I need both of y'all. Okay.
Manny and Connect.
Yes. School is back in. Okay. We appropriated some money, about I think $300,000-$400,000 for safety measures at all the different schools. Right before school got out, I had issues with a lot of schools that none of these things were done. Okay. I don't know where that $400,000 is today, but I would like for you all within the next 2 weeks to go around to all of our schools, make sure that they have all of the safety measures, because we're trying to do all of this, and this was quite a bit. I want the schools and our children appreciate you. That's what I need to talk about. Thank you.
All right. There's no further business before this committee. Committee stands in adjournment.
Good afternoon. The September 13th, 2022 executive session of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Owens, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilman Morgan. Councilman Colvett. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Dr. Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, item number 1 on our agenda is a resolution of the Memphis City Council establishing the redistricting ad hoc committee, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Issa Thomas. She's asked that this item be removed, so we will not be discussing that. But we do have, well, we don't have any holds, but we do have 4 items that are add-ons. And so those would be item number 26, resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Ford. There's a request to add this to the fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes. Number 27 is a resolution requesting immediate and substantial assistance from State Highway Patrol and Shelby County Sheriff's Office for strategic intervention to allow for increased neighborhood patrol by Memphis Police Department. This is all council districts. This is sponsored by all council members that were present. There's going to be a request for same night minutes for that too. And there's going to be some revisions from the one that was held and, well, heard and discussed in our Public Safety Committee. But we'll have that in time for the 3:30 meeting. Number 28 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $12,956.75, major modification fire roof replacement for CIP project number GS 01038, District 1, Super District. Safety improvements at the intersection of Sam Cooper at East Parkway, District 5, Super District 9. This is sponsored by Councilman Canale. There's a request for same night minutes on this item. Same night minute items will be numbers 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 26, 27, 28, 29. Once again, our add-ons are items 26 through 29. The same night minute items will be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 26, 27, 28, 29. Is there any other business to come before the executive session? Yes.
Held from the agenda or tabled.
Okay. Item number 16. On the full agenda. Is this item from our regular, on our agenda?
Yeah, it's on.
Wait. Is this the resolution awarding contract number 12389 for the conversion of MLG&W's? Wait, what am I looking at?
That's the third and final reading of an ordinance.
Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Item number 16 will be removed from the agenda as well.
It's been tabled, right?
No. So, just for the public consumption, in order for us to have a referendum item, we have to be within 60 days. We are within 60 days at this point, and so anything that we do would not be able to be on November's ballot, so we have to. So there's no use in discussing, so it's a move.
Sorry, any last question? Do we want to add a couple more items from Public Works to same night minutes to break it up between this week and next meeting? I'm just going to toss it out there. Okay. All right.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Go away. Just go away, Shane.
Was that on, that's on the committee agenda? Okay, but, yeah. So, no, no. Okay. Is there any other business come before executive? No, sir. Okay. Seeing none, I'll see everybody at 3:30. Executive is